We begin with breaking news this morning. Right now, multiple fire companies are working to put out a fire in East Baltimore. We are taking you live to that scene right now. This is on Lombard Street, right near South Highland Avenue. You can see those flashing lights, the crews on the scene there. We're told firefighters just found 3 people unconscious and non-responsive. Right now, it's unclear what started this fire. That, of course, still under investigation. We are told the American Red Cross will be helping those who are displaced by this fire. Again, a very active scene there this morning. We'll be checking in throughout the day. Well, good morning to all of you. Thank you for waking up with us on this Tuesday, February 27th. I'm Megan Gilland as we continue to take that
live from WBFF in Baltimore. This is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Well, we want to get a check of our forecast here this morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, as we were mentioning, is joining us with a look at that forecast. Quiet start, and we're warming up, Justin. A little cold, obviously, February, but warming up later. Yeah, temperatures going to be back in the 60s again today, but we're changing things up. We're going to have more wind for the afternoon, even some showers, and then a lot of rain for us coming in for tomorrow. So here's a look right outside right now. Calm conditions at this time over the inner harbor, and our temperatures are actually milder this morning, mid to upper 30s and lower 40s for Cockeysville and Towson, straight down the JFX to Baltimore City at 38, 41 in Brooklyn Park. So a cool Tuesday morning, breezy and mild for the afternoon, but we are tracking more rain as that next weather maker rolls in. So grab a cup of coffee, enjoy some coffee and breakfast with us. Temps will stay in the 30s and 40s for the next few hours. Back with your full forecast in just a few. All right, Justin, thank you. Your Len Stoller Traffic Network here. No incidents on any major roadways to report. We'll keep you updated, of course, as the morning continues. Developing now this morning out of East Baltimore, police are investigating a shooting at the Edmondson Village shopping center. This happened last night around 9. Police say that they received a call for a walk-in shooting victim at a nearby hospital. When officers arrived to the hospital, they found a man with multiple gunshot wounds. Anyone with information is asked to contact Metro Crime Stoppers at 1-866-7-LOCK-UP. The Edmondson Village shopping center is known to be an area that has long been plagued with crime, violence, and open-air drug dealing. Last year, 2 gunmen opened fire, killing 16-year-old Deontay Dorsey and sending 4 others to the hospital. All of them were Edmondson Westside High School students. Residents expressing outrage at their council member for the continued problems.
Our children are dying.
Sir, and what you doing about it?
Y'all sitting in the office doing.
And what are you doing about it?
Yo, what are you going to do? What you guys do?
I've been in every single one of these stores. I've been in every one of these stores.
You can follow any of our past reporting on the Edmondson Shopping Center at foxbaltimore.com. Continuing coverage now this morning, Baltimore residents are growing more frustrated over quality of life crime in their neighborhoods, including robberies and car thefts. Mayor Brandon Scott says that his administration is handling the problem the right way, but some of his opponents disagree.
People don't feel safe, and it's very frustrating.
Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost pressing the mayor on what he's doing to curb quality of life crimes.
Are you going to change the way that you address quality of life crimes, given this continues to be a major problem for people?
We're going to continue to focus on that. We, as an administration, here, as a police department in Baltimore City, have always been focused on quality of life crimes.
Do you think that it's your responsibility, though, as the mayor of the major city in the state, to be more vocal about what is and is not working at the state level?
I don't think I can be more vocal. Before anybody was paying attention to things like home monitoring, I was saying it.
Homicides and non-fatal shootings are down in Baltimore, but crime impacting communities' sense of safety, like car thefts and robberies, are taking off. From January 1st through February 17th, the most up-to-date info from the Baltimore Police Department shows 1,071 cars stolen in the city, and that's an 82% increase compared to the same time period in 2023. And 2023 saw unprecedented numbers of stolen vehicles. Robberies are up 14% this year compared to last. 418 incidents have been reported to police this year. In your session 2024 coverage and happening today, lawmakers will be holding a hearing on the Pavel Apert Legacy of Innovation Act, named after the Baltimore tech CEO killed in her apartment building last fall. That bill will establish the Baltimore Innovation Initiative pilot program within the Maryland Innovation Initiative of the corporation. It will require certain appropriations for the programs to be included in the annual budget bill in certain fiscal years, and repealing a mandated appropriation for certain telework assistance program. Some lawmakers are looking to give kids stuck in failing or dangerous schools a way out. The Right to Learn Act would give students the chance to transfer out of a failing school. The bill classifies a failing school as one that has received a 1-star rating for 3 consecutive school years. Critics say the bill could lead to overcrowding and doesn't give schools time to improve. But supporters argue those schools have been given enough time already.
Maryland spends and has been spending for more than 20 years a record amount of money on public education. And we redistribute money from the wealthy suburbs to those areas where, the schools are having issues. And that is an incredibly important thing to consider. So after 3 years, we're really not even talking about just the 3 years of 1-star school. These same schools have had issues for a couple of decades. And so enough already.
Well, the push comes as city schools continue to miss performance standards. State test results last year found 13 Baltimore City high schools had 0 students test proficient in math. Opening statements begin today in the murder trial of BPD officer Kiona Hawley. Coming up, the family's comments as they left the courthouse. And we are starting off cool this morning, when we can expect a rise in temperatures today. 4:36 now on Fox 45 Early Edition, a local
Tracking our temperatures at 4:39, a little milder here this morning. Still cool. You'll need a light jacket as you step out, but mid to upper 30s, even some 40s at this time after our highs got to the 60s yesterday. We are going to need pretty much everything this morning. Your jacket, your sunglasses, but then have the umbrella with you because we are expecting showers as early as this afternoon, and then a lot more rain is on the way for us for tomorrow. So on your 3 TCAS, temperatures in the 60s this afternoon, only to the upper 50s tonight, and we'll get to the upper 60s tomorrow, even though that rain is rolling in. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Developing this morning, Baltimore's $500 million Harbor Place revitalization project is one step closer to the ballot. The City Council advancing 3 bills, including an amendment to the city charter that would allow construction. The proposal includes new residential areas and more park space to replace the pavilions on Pratt and Light Street. A final vote is expected next week. If approved, the measure will appear on city ballots this fall. Opening statements are expected today for one of the suspects in the murder of BPD officer Kiona Hawley, who was shot in her patrol car in December of 2021. The jury was seated yesterday. Elliot Knox was charged in Hawley's murder, along with the murder of 27-year-old Justin Johnson a few hours later. He will be tried for both crimes in a joint case. Fox 45 News spoke to Hawley's family at the courthouse, and they say that they have been waiting a long time for accountability.
It means that we are finally able to get justice, and then we know that we're going to be faithful and justice will be served. We're going to leave it over to God, let him do his work, and then we're going to wait until the end of the trial to see what happens.
According to court documents, video footage and a license plate reader led police to Knox, who later admitted to being there for the murders. But he says his co-defendant, Tavon Shaw, was the one who pulled the trigger.
It is called the Challenge Ranch, and it helps those from anywhere in the country deal with addiction. I'm Liz Bonus. Wait till we tell you about this model and one young man who says it has changed his life. That is just ahead.
But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, lawmakers slamming President Biden's executive order threats to limit immigration after he dismantled dozens of other previous policies that would have done the same. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It is 4:41. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. A health watch for you this morning. A program for those struggling with addiction is expanding to help young men take back their lives. Medical reporter Liz Bonus shares how it's making a difference.
Hey there, the Challenge Ranch, as it's called, is a faith-based residential recovery program. It welcomes men from anywhere in the country who are struggling with drug addiction or even other concerns that take over your life.
I was big on opium just because it helped me just not focus on my problems.
Colton, who's been here now 5 months, knows just how it feels when addiction does take over your life.
I got big into it. It just tore apart everything.
Colton is one of more than a dozen students here training for the rest of his life. In his case, it's culinary skills he's learning, but the ranch is about other skills too.
We're a 24/7 residential facility, so we're all day, every day, live in from wake up to classwork to lights out in the evening.
The ranch, based in Milford, Ohio, just outside Cincinnati, has a mission of building character, Director George Martin says.
That they might learn to walk in a relational, meaningful relationship with God and others.
We have a model that's to live with, to learn from, and to live like. So we model what it looks like to live successfully without drugs and alcohol.
For Colton, the cooking helps feed the body, but the support helps feed the hungry soul.
This place gave me a lot of guidance and a very good community of people.
The real focus is to meet people wherever they are in a journey.
It's just a very dark road, a lot of bitterness and spite.
And help put them on a path to success.
You don't really know what's going to happen, but you have a good hope for the future.
Now, as many as 8 in 10 here say that they are successful in staying sober after leaving this program. They will take students again from anywhere. You do pay monthly rent, but the program is mainly donation funded. With your health news, I'm Liz Bonus reporting.
Baltimore, the book festival is coming back.
Yay! Looking ahead this morning, a major announcement from Mayor Brandon Scott. The Baltimore Book Festival, you heard it, is coming back to Charm City. It hasn't been held since 2019 due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and it's making its big comeback just in time for its 25th anniversary. The mayor says the festival will be held the last weekend of September.
We are coming back better than ever. This is a special event for everyone in Baltimore, whether you're a young person who has found reading as a window to the rest of the world, that you're excited to experience, a parent sharing their love of reading with their kids, or just a lifelong book lover. There is going to be something for everyone.
To learn more about the festival, you can go to our website, foxbaltimore.com. It is 4:47 here. It's a Tuesday morning. We want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers because I'm excited about this forecast today. It's going to feel a little taste of spring.
Yeah.
60s?
Yeah, 60s again. I mean, we had 60s yesterday, so we'll do that again today. We'll have some rain we have to get through and some wind as well. And then tomorrow is really the next weather maker that's going to bring a lot more rain. And then we get colder again. Here's a look at your live cam in Towson, Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Overall, pretty quiet conditions right now. 38 your temperature in Towson. No real wind to speak of, but yeah, we got to 62 yesterday afternoon. So real nice day yesterday. Today, yeah, not so bad. We just have to deal with some more of that wind and the rain that's going to come in later today as well. Up and down the East Coast, though, very quiet conditions on our HD radar. Our next weather maker is still kind of getting set up. Here's a look at our hourly future scan. That wind is going to pick up through noon today. Notice more cloud cover around. And right about 2, 3 o'clock this afternoon is when a few more of those showers are going to start to roll through. So mainly for your Tuesday evening commute, that'll have a better chance of seeing actual rain that'll be falling. And then a few leftover showers overnight as we get into tomorrow as well. This is a look at the next 12 hours. Temperatures steadily rising in 30s this morning, but on our way to the 40s through the later part of the morning and low to mid 60s as we take you into the afternoon. So temps well above average. Typically upper 40s is where we are for late February. Most of us into the lower 60s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your high temperatures. Same thing for you in Harford and Cecil counties, upper 50s and low to mid 60s for your highs on your Tuesday afternoon. Now here's a look at our temperature tracker. Notice those numbers staying well above average. We drop back to the 40s on Thursday. That's behind that cold front. And then we're right back to the 50s and even 60s as we head into this upcoming weekend. So it'll be a brief cool down. So here comes our future scan. This is round one of those showers on Tuesday afternoon and evening. And then as we get into Wednesday morning, we'll see a few more of those showers to kick off your morning. Mild conditions ahead of that cold front. Some of the models want to really bring those temperatures close to 70 degrees, but it'll have a lot of cloud cover and rain, possibly even some thunderstorms embedded with this because we've got a very active weather pattern here. The colder air colliding with that warmer air. Behind that cold front, everything quickly moves out of here by Wednesday night. Thursday, we're a lot drier, but kind of blustery and much colder, but plenty of sunshine. Here's that 7-day forecast. Another round of a few showers late Friday into Saturday, but overall, the rain is going to be pretty much done by Saturday midday, and the rest of the weekend looking pretty good.
All right, Justin, thank you. Let's take a look at our Len Stoller traffic network here. Still nothing on the major roadways to impact your morning. We are getting reports of a utility problem in Cecil County. It's closing a few lanes on US 1 that's heading north from Connolly Road to Maryland 273. So might want to take an alternate route in that direction. But again, this live look looking pretty nice here this morning. Let's get a check now on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA is joining us. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find on-time service for the start on the Camden, Penn, and Brunswick lines of MARC. Light rail looking good from end to end. No delays or issues there. And Metro Subway checking in without delay or problem between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
The Supreme Court hears arguments in a pair of cases that could upend social media. I'm Atrell Nashar, and coming up, we talk directly with one of the plaintiffs.
And we are following breaking news out of East Baltimore right now. 3 people pulled from a burning home. Just ahead, what we're learning about their conditions and the investigation now underway. It's 4:51. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Making headlines this morning, the Supreme Court is hearing oral arguments in a pair of cases that will determine how social media platforms are allowed to operate. Republican leaders in Texas and Florida defending new state laws that set limits on content moderation, which social media companies say violates their free speech. National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar shows us how this played out with the 9 justices.
The nation's highest court contemplating what free speech means in the digital age. In 2020 and 2021, when misinformation about vaccines and election integrity were a national focus, many Republicans accused platforms of censoring conservative views. Republican leaders in Texas and Florida passed laws to limit how social media companies control content.
Freedom of speech is under attack in Texas.
The laws have been on hold pending litigation brought by trade groups representing tech companies.
Our 2 associations brought these lawsuits to protect the First Amendment rights of websites when they're making editorial choices about what kind of content is appropriate for their communities.
Justices hearing arguments about how the laws would actually play out.
The consistency provision, which is really the heart of our law, just says to the platforms, apply your content moderation policies consistently.
Well, that's effectively saying Nazi propaganda and ISIS extremism, rantings online, to say nothing of predators and fraud. All of that has to be put on equal footing with decent American internet users.
Justices Sotomayor and Barrett raising potential unintended consequences of the laws. For example, Etsy requires sellers limit products to handmade goods, vintage, and craft supplies. Would these laws prevent Etsy from this practice upon which its brand is built? Even Florida says there's not a clear sense of which platforms would and would not be impacted.
That's part of the problem in this case, is that we don't have a sense of, the record has not been fully developed to answer that question, so we're kind of litigating in the dark here.
At the end of arguments, the justices appeared torn. They're also questioning whether social media sites are common carriers that transmit user content, or if they moderate content, are they more like editors? The court is expected to decide the fate of these state laws by June. In Washington, I'm Atra Al-Nashar.
Thank you, Atra. Also making headlines this morning, former President Donald Trump may be facing another gag order in his criminal hush money case. Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg says Trump's comments about witnesses and others involved in the trial have already resulted in hundreds of death threats sent to his office. A group of Jewish students at the University of Virginia is meeting with school leadership, asking them to do more to address anti-Semitism on campus. This comes as a pro-Palestine student group is calling on UVA to divest from all companies with ties to Israel in the aftermath of the Hamas attacks on October 7th.
About 70 faculty members signed a letter that, among other things, said that what happened on October 7th needs to be viewed in context. And I don't know how anybody can try to contextualize what happened on October 7th other than just looking at what it was. It was a barbaric, horrible attack with no justification. So you've got all of these things happening and the administration just not doing anything.
A spokesperson says UVA strongly condemns both anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, and the school has created a task force on religious diversity. The UVA investigation was a central topic during last night's Voice Your Future town hall hosted by Armstrong Williams. An expert from the school's Legacy Council says the issues have extended to physical harassment against Jewish students.
We know for a fact, because we've spoken to some of these students, it's not just verbal harassment. One student in particular, I'll leave unnamed, just didn't say anything, walked by one of their tables, Armstrong, and was spit upon, which is a felony. And that's what they relayed to President Ryan. They're hoping that he does something concrete and doesn't just spew out platitudes, but so far nothing's been done.
Multiple schools in Maryland have also been part of anti-Semitism investigations in recent months. The University of Maryland is looking into a message referencing the Holocaust that was written on a sidewalk during a pro-Palestine rally in November. The student group that organized the rally said no one from their group was responsible. The U.S. Department of Education has opened a probe into Johns Hopkins University over its response to campus anti-Semitism. The department is exploring whether the school failed to respond to allegations of students being harassed because they were Jewish. A live look now at breaking news here this morning. A Baltimore City fire crew rescuing 3 people from a fire this morning. We're going to take you live to that scene as we learn more.
The committee will conduct a legislative oversight hearing on the hiring practices of the Safe Streets program.
The Baltimore City Council demanding answers about the Safe Streets program, the new push for transparency when it comes to how they hire people to work for the city's flagship gun violence prevention program.
The ayes have it. The resolution is adopted.
Baltimore City lawmakers show their support for 2 legislative bills not surrounding juvenile justice. Why they failed to mention anything about juvenile reforms.
Temps not too bad right now. We're talking about another mild afternoon, but we're tracking rain as our next 2 weather makers roll through.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Tuesday, February 27th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We need to find out if we will have more sun, like shorts and T-shirts like we did yesterday afternoon.
It was pretty nice. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with the forecast.
First half of the day, we can do that. Later this afternoon, we are tracking some rain showers. That wind is going to pick up, but all of us will see those mild temperatures once again. We made it into the lower 60s officially yesterday afternoon. Really nice afternoon for sure. Our Towson camera looking good right now. Quiet conditions statewide. Our temperatures are mainly in the 30s and 40s, so not as cold overnight with the fact that we had those warmer numbers yesterday. So after our cool Tuesday morning, breezy and mild, tracking some of the rain as we head into the afternoon and especially for tomorrow. But your morning drive, no issues in terms of any weather. We're talking about 30s and 40s for the next few hours. Back with your full forecast coming up in a few.
Let's take a look now at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network. No incidents to report on any of the major highways throughout the Baltimore region. Taking a live look right now of the Internet Outer Loop right at Ruxton Road and Charles Street. We have some breaking news this morning. Multiple fire companies are working to put out a fire in East Baltimore.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live from Lombard Street, right near South Highland Avenue, with what we know so far. Shannon.
Yeah, and we know that, Patrice and Tom, this turned into a full rescue operation. The fire department saying that 3 people were found unconscious and unresponsive in a home here along Lombard Street, and you can see where the fire department and crews are still out here. Still a very active scene. You see that no crossing tape up and their ladder going up to the roof of the home. Well, we're told that firefighters were able to rescue and pull these people out of a home where they were treated outside by on-site paramedics before being rushed to a hospital. Right now, though, no word on their condition. But you can see that there is definitely damage to at least one home here. We, again, are located right along East Lombard Street at South Highland Avenue in Southeast Baltimore. And fire officials say when they first got here, there was heavy fire and smoke coming from the first and second floors. And firefighters immediately began using water and went in to attack the flames. And that's when they found those 3 victims. Again, no word on their condition now, just that they were found unconscious. Meanwhile, fire investigators are still here and they are still trying to figure out what caused this fire. We do know that there will be a news conference in just about 30 minutes, so we do hope to get more information and answers in just about 30 minutes. We'll check in with you guys soon. Reporting live in South Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
All right, Shannon, thank you. Developing this morning, City Council members are demanding answers about how Safe Streets workers are hired.
Now, those questions have been central to Fox 45 News' years-long investigation into the Safe Streets program.
This is funded by taxpayer dollars, and so therefore, if there's questions about the program, they should be answering it, even if that money is going through a third party.
There's been some troubling events that have been brought up.
Baltimore City Council members say taxpayers deserve to have their questions answered, especially in light of some of the recent criminal activity playing out inside Safe Streets.
They are now pushing for more transparency with an oversight hearing set for next week.
The committee will conduct a legislative oversight hearing on the hiring practices of the Safe Streets program. We've been asking questions for quite some time. There hasn't been a lot of answers.
I expect that at the hearing for Monty to come in and literally lay out or have their partners lay out, again, the hiring process, the vetting process, how are they ensuring that, one, the workers are getting what they need, and two, that the workers are doing and performing the work that's required.
Well, they want Monzi to clearly answer questions from council members, and the calls for transparency has come amid Fox 45's relentless coverage of criminal activity playing out inside some Safe Streets sites, including when we uncovered new ties between Safe Streets and the notorious Black Guerrilla family gang in January. Unsealed court documents linking one of the sites to an attempted murder hit. All this comes after the FBI raided the Bel Air Edison site in October. Safe Streets remains a program with inconclusive effectiveness and transparency concerns, but is still the center of Mayor Brandon Scott's crime-fighting strategy. We expect to get more answers at the oversight hearing scheduled for Thursday night, March 7th.
One example, one time is one time too many. We want to make sure that we put laws in place that will keep all the citizens protected.
Topping our next half hour, the Pavel LePere Act looks to eliminate good time credits for people convicted of a sex offense. Who will be in Annapolis supporting the bill?
There are growing frustrations over quality of life crimes in Baltimore City. How this can become a major issue for Mayor Brandon Scott's re-election campaign.
Temps not as cold this morning. We had that mild afternoon, and we have another one on tap today, but we're tracking rain and wind. We'll break it all down for you in our full forecast coming up. 5:08 is your time right now. It is Tuesday, and we are looking at temperatures that are not too bad. Upper 30s and lower 40s right now. Cockeysville and Towson. 38 your number in Owings Mills. 41 Woodlawn down through Brooklyn Park, and 37 currently in Glen Burnie and Pasadena. A lot of us about 5 to 7 degrees warmer than where we were yesterday morning. So still a light jacket as you head out. Maybe a layer or two if you want to get out for a run or a jog early before you get to work or school. Those temperatures are only going up as we head toward the afternoon. But we are tracking wind and rain later today, and then even more of that for tomorrow. A closer look at all of that coming up in a few minutes.
Developing this morning out of East Baltimore, police are investigating a shooting at the Edmondson Village shopping center. It happened last night around 9. Police say they received a call for a walk-in shooting victim at a nearby hospital. When officers arrived to the hospital, they found a male with multiple gunshot wounds. Anyone with information is urged to contact Metro Crime Stoppers at number 866-7-LOCK-UP. The Edmondson Village Shopping Center is known to be an area that has long been plagued with crime, violence, and open-air drug dealing.
Last year, 2 gunmen opened fire, killing 16-year-old Deontay Dorsey and sending 4 others to the hospital. All of them were Edmondson West Side High School students. At the time, residents expressed outrage at their council member for the continued problems.
Our children is dying.
Sir, and what you doing about it?
Y'all sitting
what
in
you
the
doing
office
about it? And what are you doing about it?
No, what are you going to do what you guys do?
I've been in every single one of these stores. I've been in every one of these stores.
Well, you can follow any of our past reporting on the Edmondson Shopping Center at foxbaltimore.com.
Now to a city in crisis. City council members advocate for action surrounding a pair of bills in Annapolis related to housing reform and car registration.
But any formal approval of state Democrats' juvenile crime reform plan was not on the agenda, despite months of juvenile crime concerns from victims in Baltimore.
I felt like if there had been interventions or something put in place earlier, maybe this wouldn't have happened to me, and maybe, you know, these juveniles would be in a better place.
Right now, there's no deterrent, and there's nothing to prevent this from happening to anyone else at any time.
Taylor Stewart is joining us live this morning with where the council members stand regarding the state's juvenile crime proposal. Taylor?
Well, look, city lawmakers are moving forward with 2 bills that encourage delegates in Annapolis to move forward and support bills that they think are priorities. Notably absent from that conversation was anything on juvenile justice reform. It comes as juvenile crime is reaching historic highs in the city, but juvenile crime did not get precedent for support in Annapolis. Take a listen to what lawmakers here in Baltimore had to say.
There are a lot of bills. We can't get involved with them all. We know that the General Assembly is really taking a hard look at those bills, and we're very interested to see what comes out of that.
However, the council approved a measure requiring landlords who have just cause before they can evict their tenants, and a bill that would crack down on out-of-state vehicles that are not registered in Maryland. Those measures are almost getting unanimous support, but we did not see anything related to juvenile crime. Again, delegates are expected to vote today, rather have a conversation about the governor's crime bill in Annapolis. We'll continue to follow that update here for you. Fox 45 Morning News. Taylor Stewart, Baltimore.
Time is running out for lawmakers on Capitol Hill to avert a government shutdown. What would be impacted if a resolution is not passed in time?
Many Marylanders are waking up richer this morning. How many people became millionaires over the weekend? 5:12, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
5:14, and we are just hours away from a big meeting in Washington as top congressional leaders negotiate a spending deal.
Let's get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center with where things stand right now. Megan?
Sometimes it feels like deja vu, guys. Taking you live to Capitol Hill, where once again, the clock is ticking. There are just a handful of days left to try and prevent a partial government shutdown. It's coming up this Saturday. If no deal is reached by then, funding would stop immediately for agencies like the Department of Veterans Affairs, Transportation, Agriculture, Energy, and Housing and Urban Development. Funding for the remaining government agencies would expire a week later on March 8th. Taking you live now to the White House, where today the president is also expected to push for a foreign aid package, which would give tens of billions of dollars in aid to U.S. allies like Ukraine and Israel. Take a look. This is a breakdown of that bill here. Around $60 billion would go to Ukraine, more than $14 billion to Israel, and more than $9 billion to humanitarian assistance in Gaza. Now, so far, House Speaker Mike Johnson has refused to bring up this legislation in the House. At this point, guys, another spending patch seems the most likely thing to happen. In other words, just kind of kicking the can down the road yet again as that deadline inches closer. We'll keep you posted right here from our live center as those talks continue today. Tom, Patricia.
Thank you, Megan. Well, trending this morning, Domino's new menu changes could mean higher prices.
The pizza chain's chief financial officer says it is planning to make, quote, modest price increases. While the increase is expected to be in the low single digits at most locations, the company says prices will be even higher in California to offset that state's new minimum wage law for fast food workers. Well, as the Mega Million jackpot increases to $563 million, that would buy a lot of pizzas. Maryland has two new millionaires.
Yeah, they're both from Laurel. They won off of Maryland lottery scratch-offs. 5 players won lottery prizes of $100,000 or more in Baltimore, Elkton, Hyattsville, Pasadena, and Waldorf. Next Mega Millions drawing, that's tonight. The lunar lander that had a hard touchdown Friday is expected to stop working today.
Oh, it was supposed to last about a week, and NASA and the other companies that shipped experiments on board were counting on those extra 2 or 3 days. Odysseus landed within a mile of its intended target near the South Pole, but it came in too fast and one of its legs gave out, causing it to fall onto its side. Intuitive Machines says the 14-foot lander will continue to collect data until sunlight no longer reaches the solar panels.
Why didn't they just send it up there with batteries, a bunch of D batteries, you know, the big ones?
Yeah, the big ones, yeah. And there are no B batteries, which is still weird.
Yeah, you know what? That is weird. It goes from A to C to D.
Triple A's, double A's. Yep.
There's no E. There's a 9-volt.
Never thought about that, but thanks for putting that in my head now.
There's a B vitamin.
Okay.
I mean, there's A, right? Vitamin A, B, C, D. But then is there a vitamin E? Oh, there is vitamin E, right?
Yeah.
Is there vitamin F? No. All right. Good morning to all of you. Happy Tuesday. It is Hump Day Eve, I will tell you that. Looking outside over the Inner Harbor, not a bad start to your morning. Calm conditions right now, and temperatures in the upper 30s is where we are. No wind to speak of. What we're tracking is our next weather maker. So this is the HD radar. You can see some of these showers and thunderstorms just to the east of St. Louis, over there in parts of western Tennessee. What's taking place later today? In this section of the country, that yellow area is a slight risk for severe weather. We're getting closer to spring, and you can see through the entire Midwest and back through the Ohio River Valley. That's the part of the country where we could see some strong to severe thunderstorms. And then tomorrow, that shifts for a marginal risk and just touches the very far western part of our state, but back through Charleston, West Virginia. So again, things are getting a little bit more active. You get the warm air, the cold air, and this time of the year is when things start to be a little bit more interesting. Here's a look at our hourly future scan. Most of the day today is going to stay dry, but about 2-3 o'clock this afternoon is when we'll see the potential for a few showers. Wind is definitely going to pick up a few more of those showers into the 6 and 7 o'clock hour for your Tuesday night. Wednesday morning, that's when we'll see another round of those showers coming through, and could see some light to moderate rain in that 7-8 o'clock hour on Wednesday morning. Then right through midday, the wind is really going to pick up. We'll have that milder air, and as we get into about 2-3 o'clock in the afternoon, we'll see the moderate to even heavy rain showers, possibly even some thunderstorms with this next weather maker rolling through. But it's all out of here by Wednesday night, so it's a quick moving storm. In terms of how much rain between now And as we get into tomorrow afternoon and evening, some of us close to an inch of rain on top of what we've already seen this year. So we're above average, but that's good for the drought situation to continue to see a little bit more of that rain. All right, here's a look at the bus stop forecast. Beep, beep, as those kids head out this morning. Go ahead and throw the umbrella in the backpack just in case, because temperatures in the 40s through 7 a.m., but 60s through noon. Most of the day is dry, but by the time you pick them up into the later part, 3, 4 p.m., that's when you may see a shower or two. So good to just make sure they're prepared. Now, behind the system, Thursday, quite a bit colder by about 20 degrees. It'll be blustery and cool Thursday morning, and then for the afternoon, we'll dry out. But again, our temperatures are going to stay only in the 40s. And then another round of rain coming in late Friday into Saturday, but overall, most of the weekend looks to stay dry.
All right, let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network, and no major incidents reported this time around the Baltimore region. Due to the fire, though, in Baltimore City on East Lombard Street, they will be closed in that area. It's blocked off as fire crews are on the scene. Again, that's in Baltimore, East Baltimore there, and Shannon Lilly will be reporting there, and she'll let us know some more about that area. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones and the MTA. Happy to Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Happy Tuesday. Out there right now, you'll find light rail on time service from end to end. No delays or issues there. Metro subway checking in on time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. And if your ride is on the MARC train system, you'll find no major delay. Looking good for the start on the Camden, Penn, and Brunswick lines of MARC. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Advocates say millions could lose internet access, but some Republican lawmakers say that's not the case. I'm Janae Bowens in Washington with a look at the debate over the Affordable Connectivity Program.
It is Election Day in Michigan. Who's leading at the polls? As of this morning, 522, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
524 and in your consumer news this morning, advocates say millions could be left without internet if Congress does not pass new funding for the Affordable Connectivity Program. But some Republicans say it's reckless spending.
National correspondent Janae Bowens has an in-depth look at what happens next.
Tish Kimball is frustrated over the possibility of the Affordable Connectivity Program shutting down.
I mean, just the point of going from $0 of paying internet to probably about $80, $90 for internet. That's going to be sad for me.
The program helps low-income, senior, and rural households save $30 to $75 on their monthly internet bills. The White House says 23 million households are enrolled.
Our goal is to connect everyone in America to affordable everyone in America.
The program has bipartisan support, with many agreeing high-speed internet is necessary for education, healthcare, work, and staying connected to loved ones. But some GOP lawmakers are concerned. People who don't really need the money are getting it.
How many of them are just, these subsidies are going to consumers who've already been connected?
Well, we don't actually know the answer to that question.
See, that's the kind of question I need answers to.
And the Heritage Foundation's public finance economist, E.J. Antony, is concerned about more government spending at a time when the nation's debt is over $34 trillion.
They may be perfectly well-intentioned. I'm not disparaging any of the people who are advocating for this and similar programs. But the fact remains that the more the government spends, the more people are going to have to pay for it one way or another.
Government, don't do this to me.
But Tish says it's not a waste. It's something that she needs.
Now you want to stop the internet stuff. Why? Why do you do us like this?
The Biden administration has asked Congress for $6 billion for the program. Now, if this doesn't happen, the program is expected to end in April. In Washington, I'm Janae Bowens.
Temperatures will be in the 60s today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking when we could expect our next weather maker.
We're going to wait until the end of the trial to see what happens.
The family of former Baltimore police officer Kiana Hawley is seeking justice for her murder. What we can expect from opening statements today. 527, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Tuesday. 5:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. That's right. There were bugs flying around, birds chirping. I mean, spring is here. My goodness. Will we have it again today?
I love when the birds start chirping because that does feel like spring. And I've been hearing them. Meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the forecast.
Yeah, we'll have another day in the 60s, guys. We do have to deal with some wind and rain later this afternoon. And then that stronger next weather maker coming in tomorrow is going to bring even more rain and wind to the region before we get colder again. Our Towson camera, this is what happens in springtime. You can see overall very quiet conditions right now. Overall, a cool Tuesday morning. Not as cold as we've been, though. Breezy and mild for the afternoon. We are tracking more of that rain. And Mr. Bowe says we're good to go in terms of your weather on the roads. No issues for your morning drive. Maybe a little bit wetter for your evening commute tonight. 64 today, upper 60s tomorrow, but then we're right back to the upper 40s on Thursday for Leap Day. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few.
Now let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and there is an accident. One vehicle reported right here, this is actually east of the Bay Bridge, and it's involved in the westbound lane in the shoulder. They are closed there on 50. You can see the red marker on the bottom of your map right there. And then we also know in the top marker, you see a cone above where the camera is. That's East Lombard Street between North Highland Avenue. It's closed as a result of a fire that we have been covering in breaking news this morning. So we'll have more details about that here in just a second. Back into that breaking news. This morning, the Baltimore City Fire Department is working to find out what caused the fire in the eastern part of the city.
A news conference is set to begin soon. We just saw them setting up. We saw, and it looks like here, this might be the PIO, Kevin Cartwright for Baltimore City Fire coming up to address.
Someone to.
Let's listen in.
I got a free hand. Free hand. No, okay.
Look straight ahead, yep.
Sure. Okay, so this morning I'm joined with Fire Chief James Wallace, Councilman Zeke Cohen from this district, the Office of the Fire Marshal, and just want to share some details about this early morning fire. Just after 2 a.m. this morning, fire broke out in the 3400 block of East Lombard Street in southeast Baltimore. Our fire companies were dispatched. They arrived on the scene within just in a couple of minutes. They observed a two-story brick, middle of the group occupied dwelling with heavy fire and smoke, literally coming out of the first and second floor of this location. Our firefighters immediately established water supply, gained entry to perform a rapid attack to extinguish the fire on the first floor and second floor. Other firefighters simultaneously performed search and rescue operations when they found 3 victims unconscious and non-responsive on the second floor. Our firefighters aggressively removed those 3 victims from the interior, bringing them outside to the care of our paramedics, who immediately began to provide advanced life support measures and transported them to definitive care. Exactly what their conditions are at this moment, we don't have that update. We hope to have those details a bit later in the day. In the interim of the fire, there was some extension of that fire to the 2 adjacent dwellings, but that damage was minimal. Exactly what caused this fire, we don't know at this moment. It's too early in the investigative stage to know exactly what caused the fire. We anticipate those details to come forward really soon. But right now, I'd just like to have Chief Wallace offer some remarks. And again, our prayers go out for these families that are in the hospital.
Good morning. Thanks, Kevin. Yeah, we want to start by offering prayers to the families. This fire, when we arrived, was well in advanced stages. Our firefighters indicate that they had heavy fire, first and second floors, fire blowing out of the front door, ground floor windows, second floor windows. It was an extraordinarily challenging fire for them. They did get in there very quick, and they did start search and rescue operations, but just a very challenging fire. One that our paramedics also worked very hard, with life-saving efforts. So, our prayers go out to the families and to the individuals involved here. We'll know more later. This is going to be a prolonged investigation. We have activated numerous elements of our arson task force. So, and Deputy Chief Eames behind me, our fire marshal, is here. We have resources here from both within the city fire department as well as the city police department, and I think we have a canine here as well. So we have Howard County's accelerant detection dog here with us as well. So as we move through the morning, sun comes up, this will become more of an intense investigative operation. But I'll step aside for Councilman Cohen if he has any words.
Just to say, this is obviously devastating and deeply painful scene. I'm a father of 2 young people as well, and so to hear that there were 2 children involved in this incident is personally incredibly painful. I do want to say I am extremely grateful to the Baltimore City Fire Department, who arrived within minutes on this scene, executed a full rescue operation, got the fire out very quickly. I've said this before, but we have, in my mind, the best fire department in the United States of America. These folks are absolutely professionals, and really grateful to Chief Wallace, who's been here on the scene all morning. But again, this is really tough. This is, folks who are a family, who are members of our community. And so we stand ready to offer any supports. My chief of staff and I were here. We plan on activating MONSE, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement's Victim Support Unit, of course, housing, all the city agencies, and we will also be coordinating with Red Cross. One of the local pastors, Mark Parker, from the church, is here as well. So this is a all-in effort. This is what Highlandtown does, is we rally around each other. But again, my heart is really broken for this family. And just speaking as a father with 2 young kids myself, there is literally nothing worse that I could think of than what occurred last night into this morning. And so, again, our prayers are with them, and just enormous gratitude to the fire department, who showed up with incredible speed and got this fire out, and may well have prevented, saved lives in doing so.
Can you confirm with us that it's 2 children and an adult that was inside?
Indications are right now that there are 2 children and 1 adult. There may have been other occupants inside of the building that were able to escape. But right now, those are the indications that we have, yes.
Do you know if the 3 victims were all sleeping in the same room?
We don't know. Part of what we do with the investigation, obviously, is cause determination. But if it does turn out to be true that there were 2 other people that escaped, that's a debriefing process that we have to go through with them, which will be done later on this morning, and we'll get those facts later on.
Are you investigating this fire as suspicious right now?
Because of the nature of the fire, the extent of the injuries, we have a standard way that we investigate things. All options are on the table with this. We have no indication that there was any suspicious activity, but given where we are right now with the degree of injuries, this will be a very slow, methodical investigation, and we will use all the tools at our disposal to make that determination.
You talked about this being challenging for firefighters. How so? Can you elaborate a little more?
So this fire was well advanced when they got here. The fire had gone well beyond what we call an incipient stage, which is the beginning stage, to where it had self-vented itself out the front door, out the windows. Very hot fire, a very high volume of fire inside of there. Our crews have to fight their way in with hose lines, and then our truck companies, which are our search and rescue elements, they come in with them and they have to advance. We're very methodical with how we do this, but given the large volume of fire that they experienced when they got here, they had challenges.
Just to be clear then, did any firefighters get injured or hurt?
No injuries. No. I'll also add that we have requested the Red Cross. Right now, preliminarily, we believe we may have as many as 19 people displaced not only from the fire building itself, but from the exposure buildings on either side. So, we're very cognizant that it's not just limited to the homeowners, right, and the residents. We have other people that may have smoke and water damage. So when the Red Cross gets here, as the councilman said, in addition to housing and some other city agencies, we're going to make sure we address all the problems that exist here right now.
Were there smoke detectors in the home?
We don't know yet. We do not know yet. That'll be part of the investigation. Our investigators have been on scene. They've been here for a while. However, they assemble, they tour methodical. There's picture taking. They literally go inch by inch in these rooms and attempt to determine. So that's a very slow but precise process.
How many homes do you estimate were impacted by this?
Do we know how many we had? Total of 4 homes.
Does that include from the flames and from the smoke damage?
Correct. Smoke, flame, water damage, yes.
And just finally, I just want to advise, we'll be here for quite some time this morning. So for commuters that live in this community, the 3400 block of East Lombard Street, east and west will be obstructed. So we just want to advise neighbors and commuters of that so that they can consider alternate travel routes as they begin their day.
Yeah, we have, just for your traffic folks, we've notified MTA. I think Highland Avenue is a bus route, so we've notified MTA to initiate some bus detours there since we're going to be here for a while. So we're trying to address all the concerns of the area.
And look, I would just add that in addition to the enormous physical devastation, there's also an emotional toll that something like this takes, both on our community and then also on our first responders. It's why we as a city have really tried to hone in on addressing trauma, because look, there is not much worse than showing up and seeing young children that have been victims in a very significant fire. And so for me as a councilman and also as a father, I want to make sure that both the neighbors in the immediate area, but also our first responders have the support that they need, because this is hard and it wears you down, not just physically but emotionally as well. It is incredibly traumatic. It's why I'm proud of the work that we're doing to address trauma in Baltimore, but obviously horrific scene, and again, just enormous gratitude to all the first responders. The police department was also here on the scene almost immediately, but the speed at which our firefighters deployed is really something that we're just proud of. And so, again, grateful to them, and hearts go out to the families that are suffering.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
You just heard it right there, and of course we have a crew out there. Shannon Lilly is on the scene here. This is at East Lombard. We're hearing now an adult and 2 children were injured, and from the sound of it, they did not give us specific details, but it almost is a grim experience here. There are a lot of prayers are reaching out for both, as you just heard from Councilman Z. Cohen talking about the 2 children and his prayers going out for them, and then we also heard the extent of injuries coming from the chief and the degree of injuries they kept saying. And there was a question about 2 others possibly have escaped, so there's a lot to kind of investigate here. Now, this is happening in East Baltimore. Also, at the same time that was going on, you could see there was another fire that was going on in Harford County. And according to this, volunteer firefighters and Susquehanna Hose, their surrounding companies are on the scene of a house fire in a 300 block of Hill Court. That's in Havre de Grace. And it says here, according to Harford County, Maryland Fire and EMS, 1 firefighter was transported to Hopkins Bayview by Harford County Department of Emergency Services. So we're going to follow up and see if we can follow up a little bit more on that one, too. But that's a home fire there, same time that a row home fires impacting 4 of them in Baltimore, one happening where it sent a firefighter to Havre de Grace. In Baltimore City, no firefighters were reportedly injured. The Baltimore City Council is demanding answers on the hiring practices for safe streets, while they say an oversight hearing will bring more transparency to taxpayers.
And lawmakers in Annapolis are expected to vote on the governor's juvenile justice reform bill. Why that bill doesn't seem to be getting support from the Baltimore City Council.
There will be a few scattered showers this afternoon, when we could expect our next chance for heavy rain. That's the big question. 545, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Welcome back. 547 is your time right now, and statewide our temperatures are in the 30s and 40s after our very mild day yesterday. We have another day ahead with temperatures that will be well above average. Grab the jacket this morning, have the sunglasses for at least the first part of the day, but we'll need the umbrella as we get into the afternoon because we are tracking some showers today with even more rain and wind on the way tomorrow. If you are going to get out for a run or a jog, next few hours 30s and 40s, so get that extra layer on. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
Thank you, Justin. Lawmakers in Annapolis debate parental consent when it comes to gender-affirming care for teens. Still ahead this morning in our State House Spotlight, the age group this bill is focusing on.
Dueling visits to the border. Just ahead, where both President Biden and former President Trump plan to go in Texas this week. 548, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all
Baltimore, the book festival is coming back.
Looking ahead this morning, a major announcement from Mayor Brandon Scott. The Baltimore Book Festival is coming back to Charm City. The last time it was held was in 2019 due to the COVID-19 pandemic, but it is making its big comeback just in time for its 25th anniversary. The mayor says the festival will be held the last weekend of September.
We are coming back better than ever. This is a special event for everyone in Baltimore, whether you're a young person who is found reading as a window to the rest of the world, that you're excited to experience, a parent sharing their love of reading with their kids, or just a lifelong book lover. There is going to be something for everyone.
Now, to learn more about the festival, just head to our website, foxbaltimore.com. All right. Wildlife experts are telling people to stay vigilant for bears this upcoming spring.
I think I always stay vigilant for bears. I mean, anytime there's a bear in the area.
I don't even think about bears, though. Maybe I should start.
Well, take a look at this one, though. North Carolina Wildlife Resource Commission. That's where I've seen all the black bears, was in North Carolina. They're ridiculous. They're all over the place, and they're stay away from me for the most part. They posted this video of a black bear squeezing out of a vent underneath a house there. Officials reminding people to remain calm, leave the area quietly.
Yeah, sure.
If you witness something like this in the coming weeks, don't approach it. Just let it get out of there, and I don't know, I'd be putting up boards and everything to block that hole.
Look at that little hole that
Right.
big bear came from. Remain calm is not going to be on my list.
That's the only time I ever saw a live or dead black bear has been in North Carolina, eastern North Carolina.
Goodness.
Yeah, they're big too. All right, they're not saying exactly where that video was taken, but just be cautious if you see a bear coming out of a hole. The murder of a college student is raising concerns about the border crisis. Ahead, the communication issues among authorities that may have led to the possible killer's release.
There is a push to do more about anti-Semitism on campuses across the nation. What one group is asking the University of Virginia to do in light of the unrest in Gaza. 5:53, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. 556, border security has become a priority for many voters this election cycle, heightened by the murder of a young woman in Georgia. Police say the suspect came to America illegally. National correspondent Christine Frizzell has more on the fallout.
Friday's arrest of Jose Antonio Ibarra was not his first time in police custody in this country. Detained first in September 2022 after entering the country illegally, then paroled and released. A year later, the Venezuelan national was arrested again, charged with child endangerment, plus a motor vehicle license violation in New York City. ICE has confirmed Ibarra was released before a detainer could be issued.
This goes back to why do local and county and state authorities need to be able to communicate with ICE? This is exactly why.
Students and members of the Athens community gathered to remember 22-year-old Laken Riley, a nursing student who an autopsy revealed died as a result of blunt force trauma to the head. Police asserting they have ample evidence to support their claim Ibarra was the perpetrator.
He did not know her at all. I think this was a crime of opportunity.
Georgia Governor Brian Kemp blaming failed policies by the White House that have led to millions of migrants coming to the United States and then being allowed to stay, even in the instances when they commit crimes.
We just have a nightmare in this country with mass migration, and then have people that are here illegally breaking our laws, and they're not telling anybody and reporting this to us.
Now questions are mounting about whether cities and states with sanctuary laws, which prevent local authorities from being able to communicate with Immigration and Customs Enforcement about undocumented immigrants in custody, are a threat to society.
We have got to start mixing compassion with people for other countries to compassion and concern for our own people.
President Biden has continued to press Congress to pass legislation to secure the border, but has hinted he may make changes on his own using executive action. In Washington, I'm Christine Frizzell.
Well, that brings us to our national question of the day. Should a person who enters the U.S. illegally be deported immediately if they commit a crime? So far, 95% of people who voted say yes. Head to foxbaltimore.com/vote and click on the Pulse tab to weigh in. We are following breaking news this morning where a fire has injured 2 children and an adult. The details about the full rescue operation this morning and still happening now.
We've been asking questions for quite some time. There hasn't been a lot of answers.
Baltimore City Council demands transparency from Safe Streets about how workers are hired. We'll take a closer look at their push for accountability.
By the end of this General Assembly, we are going to have a bill that is going to be strong, that's going to focus on the key thing that I said any bill dealing with juveniles has to focus on, and that's accountability.
And as residents voice their concerns over juvenile crime, we press City Council members about why they're not addressing the state's new juvenile justice reform plan.
Temperature's going to be mild again today, but we're picking up wind and rain as we get our next 2 weather makers rolling in. We'll talk about it.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, February 27th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and a lot of people were cooking out. I smelled a lot of steak and burgers on the grills last night.
That sounds good. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. It was the weather for it, and even waking up this morning doesn't seem as cold at all. I didn't have a coat on.
Yeah, you're exactly right. 30s and 40s here this morning, and we had some steak and chicken on the grill last night. So I don't know about tonight, only because that wind and the rain's actually going to be rolling in for your evening. But we're good to go right now as we take a live look outside and show you what's going on over the Inner Harbor. Sun coming up here in just a little while. Later on this hour, we'll get that sun up for you today. Temperatures in the 30s right now for Cockeysville and Baltimore, 39 in Bel Air, but 45 in Westminster and 47 in Annapolis. So a light jacket is probably all you need here. Breezy and mild for the afternoon. Another day with temperatures in the 60s, and we're tracking some more rain and wind as well. So on your morning drive, Mr. Bo says we're good to go. 30s and 40s for the next few hours. We're back with your full forecast coming up in just a few.
All right, let's take a look at our Lynn Solar traffic network now. There is an accident just past the Bay Bridge at 50 West toward Kent Narrows. We know that one vehicle is involved. There is a westbound lane and shoulder closed, so a little bit of a delay, but for the most part, you're still able to move through that area. We have some breaking news for you this morning. An investigation is underway into an early morning fire in southeast Baltimore.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live right from the scene on Lombard Street, right near South Highland Avenue, with some new information on this investigation and who's involved. Shannon?
Yeah, we just learned in a press conference, Tom and Patrice, more about this full rescue operation. We have learned that 2 children and an adult were pulled from a home here right along East Lombard Street. And firefighters say that all 3 were found unconscious and unresponsive inside this home. Now, the damage is truly devastating. You can see how black and charred this brick building is with the windows that are busted out. A total of 4 homes were impacted and multiple people are now displaced. It's also unclear right now if there were more people in the home where the 3 people were rescued, but we do know that firefighters responded to the call around 2 this morning, and when they got here, there was heavy fire and smoke coming from the 1st and 2nd floors. And then firefighters immediately went in using water and went inside to attack the flames, and that is when they found these 3 victims. And just moments ago, we heard from Councilman Zeke Cohen, who oversees the district, and he is reacting to this news. Take a listen.
Look, there is not much worse than showing up and seeing young children that have been victims in a very significant fire. And so for me as a councilman and also as a father, I want to make sure that both the neighbors in the immediate area, but also our first responders have the support that they need.
Because of the nature of the fire, the extent of the injuries, we have a standard way that we investigate things. All options are on the table with this. We have no indication that there was any suspicious activity, but given where we are right now with the degree of injuries, this will be a very slow, methodical investigation, and we will use all the tools at our disposal to make that determination.
So again, that was Chief Wallace. They're saying that they are still investigating the fire, and they're going to be out here for a while doing that. No word on the victims' conditions right now, but just judging by the grim voices and the way that they talked about the extent of their injuries, it does not seem good. But of course, we're going to stay out here and keep you posted. Reporting live in South Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Also happening this morning, just about the same time, another fire that was going on in Harford County. Take a look at some of these images right here, and they are from the Harford County Fire and EMS. They tweeted them out this morning. Volunteer firefighters from Susquehanna Hose and other companies are at that house fire on Hill Court in Havre de Grace. They say one firefighter has been transported to Hopkins Bayview. We have a crew heading to Havre de Grace in that scene right now.
6:04 in developing this morning, City Council members are demanding answers about how Safe Streets workers are hired.
Now, those questions have been central to Fox 45 News' years-long investigation into the Safe Streets program.
This is funded by taxpayer dollars, and so therefore, if there's questions about the program, they should be answering it, even if that money is going through a third party.
There's been some troubling events that have been brought up.
Baltimore City Council members say taxpayers deserve to have their questions answered, especially in light of some of the recent criminal activity playing out inside Safe Streets.
They're now pushing for more transparency within an oversight hearing that is set for next week.
I think what's important is really getting down to nitty-gritty and some answers and details that the council has not been able to receive in the past, and that's the point of us calling this hearing. If they are going against the distrust of our community members, then that's completely unacceptable.
It's funded by taxpayer dollars, and so therefore, if there's questions about the program, they should be answering it, even if that money is going through a third party.
So they want Monzi to clearly answer questions from council members. And these calls for transparency come amid Fox 45's coverage of criminal activity playing out inside some Safe Streets sites, including when we uncovered new ties between Safe Streets and the notorious Black Guerrilla family gang. That was back in January. Unsealed court documents even linking one of the sites to an attempted murder hit. All of this after the FBI raided the Bel Air Edison site in October over possible gang affiliation. That's according to sources close to that probe. Now, the city won't reveal the names of Safe Streets workers because they are not city employees, even though they are paid with tax dollars. It's important to note police officer information is public knowledge. We want to hear from you. Do you think Safe Streets programs need to be more transparent? So far, 98% of voters say yes. Head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
We are once again facing a government shutdown if lawmakers can't pass a spending deal by Saturday. Where things stand this morning.
As quality of life crimes continue, Fox 45 presses Mayor Brandon Scott on what he's doing to stop it.
Temperatures are not as cold as they've been the last few mornings. With our milder air in place, we're tracking rain and wind over the next couple of days and another cool down as well.
We are just hours away from a big meeting in Washington as top congressional leaders negotiate a spending deal.
We want to get right over to Megan Gillen. She's in our live center this morning with where things stand right now. Megan.
Here we go again, taking you live to Capitol Hill here, guys. Feel like a broken record where once again the clock is ticking. There are now just a handful of days left to prevent a partial government shutdown. It's coming up this Saturday, and if no deal is reached by then, funding would stop immediately for agencies like the Department of Veterans Affairs, Transportation, Agriculture, Energy, and Housing and Urban Development. Funding for the remaining government agencies would expire a week later on March 8th. I want to take you live now to the White House, where today the president is also expected to push for a foreign aid package, which would give tens of billions of dollars in aid to U.S. allies like Ukraine and Israel. And take a look at this. This is an actual breakdown of that bill, just to give you a better idea. Around $60 billion would go to Ukraine, more than $14 billion to Israel, and more than $9 billion to humanitarian assistance in Gaza. So far, though, House Speaker Mike Johnson has refused to bring up this legislation in the House. At this point, Another spending patch seems the most likely thing to happen. In other words, kicking the can down the road again as that deadline inches closer. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center as those talks do continue today. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. Allegations of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia at the University of Virginia. Why students are unhappy with the school's response.
Schools in our state are also launching investigations into anti-Semitism. The ongoing investigations into 2 Maryland universities. 6:11, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.614 developing now. A group of Jewish students recently met with the University of Virginia leaders, asking them to do more to address anti-Semitism on campus.
Meanwhile, pro-Palestine student groups are calling on the University of Virginia to divest from all companies with ties to Israel.
Nick Minock with our Sinclair sister station in Washington, D.C. shows us why groups are unhappy with UVA's response.
As the conflict between Israel and Gaza continues, so does unrest at the University of Virginia. A student election is being held at UVA, calling on the university's endowment to divest from all companies with ties to Israel. The referendum also criticizes UVA's October 11th message that acknowledged the October 7th Hamas terrorist attacks on Israel. The referendum says UVA's message, quote, failed to address the crimes committed by the Israeli government and the ongoing ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian people, unquote. Students for Justice in Palestine is among the sponsors of the referendum at UVA, which has led similar divest efforts at colleges and universities across the country, including the University of Michigan, the University of Houston, Fresno State University, the University of Minnesota, and Brown University.
This, movement on campus that is just blatantly anti-Semitic.
Joel Need and Jewish students recently met with UVA administrators asking them to do more to address anti-Semitism.
There are students that have been spat upon, shoved, that have been called, sort of horrible names, sort of anti-Semitic slurs. Tragically, there's one kid that has been so intimidated by students in his dorm that for his peace of mind, he has to move off campus and sleep elsewhere, and stopped wearing his yarmulke. Other kids say when they walk by these protests, they feel like they need to tuck their jewelry, their Jewish stars into their sweaters or shirts so that no one sees them. So they're hiding. They're hiding their identity.
And that's not all he's concerned about at UVA.
About 70 faculty members signed a letter that, among other things, said that what happened on October 7th needs to be viewed in context. And I don't know how anybody can try to contextualize what happened on October 7th other than just looking at what it was. It was a barbaric, horrible attack with no justification. So you've got all of these things happening and the administration just not doing anything.
A UVA spokesperson said UVA has strongly condemned anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, and that UVA created a task force on religious diversity and belonging to make suggestions for where the university can improve. Students for Justice in Palestine have been banned by some colleges, including Columbia and Brandeis. We reached out to SJP for an interview. They have not responded yet. I'm Nick Minock reporting.
Well, multiple schools in Maryland have also been part of it. Anti-Semitism investigations in recent months.
The University of Maryland is looking into a message referencing the Holocaust that was written on a sidewalk during a pro-Palestine rally in November. A student group that organized the rally said no one from their group was responsible.
The U.S. Department of Education has also opened a probe into Johns Hopkins University over its response to campus anti-Semitism. The department is exploring whether the school failed to respond to allegations of students being harassed because they were Jewish.
6:18 is the time. We need to find out if we're going to have a repeat from yesterday, and the warmth. It was great yesterday afternoon.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with another look at the forecast. Pretty shot behind you.
Yeah, not too bad right now. And we are going to have temperatures that are going to be mild again today. But what we get today is more wind and even some scattered showers by this afternoon and evening time. This is a look at our weather headlines as we look out over the Inner Harbor. We're at 37 now. We're back on the way to the 60s here for the afternoon, but it will be breezy and mild as we are tracking more rain. And that next stronger weather maker really comes in for tomorrow. So here's a look at our HD radar. We're already seeing some activity here just to the east of St. Louis. Look at all that lightning in parts of Kentucky and Tennessee. That's where we're going to see the strongest storms today. In fact, the Storm Prediction Center has this large area in yellow. This is a slight risk for severe weather. Could see some damaging wind gusts, hail, and even tornadoes. The Midwest and the Great Lakes region. That's what we're looking at for today. And that shift, or the threat, shifts a little further to the east tomorrow, as close as Charleston, West Virginia, and even parts of western Maryland under the marginal risk, which is 1 on a scale of 1 to 5. This time of year, as we get closer to spring, we get the changing temperatures, and that's exactly why we have the active weather that is on the way. This is about 3 o'clock on your hourly future scan. You'll start to see a few of those showers developing. The wind definitely picking up from the south. Some scattered showers into your Tuesday evening, and then Wednesday morning, we'll start with some rain about 7, 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Notice those areas in orange. Could even see some moderate rain by the morning time. But as we get to about 11 o'clock on Wednesday morning, it's going to be kind of a soggy day. However, it will be mild. We'll have some very warm and mild air that's coming in ahead of this cold front. The heaviest rain and the storms look to be about 2, 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So we'll see some strong wind, not necessarily in the severe threat yet. However, it's still going to be where we could see some thunderstorms. And then as we get into Wednesday night, that's out of here. It's quickly moving out, and we'll have the much colder temperatures back behind that. Here's a look at your bus stop forecast. Beep, beep. As those kids get out this morning, we're talking about temps in the 40s, but 60s for the afternoon. Just go ahead and send them with the umbrella in case they encounter some showers at the bus stop later today. Overall, our temperatures in the low to mid 60s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your high temps. Right around Howard and Anne Arundel County, the low to mid 60s for you as well. Typically, we're in the upper 40s this time of year, so definitely above average. We could get to the lower 70s tomorrow, but again, it's rainy and windy, so it won't be the fun 70s where you can hang out by the pool. We're looking at upper 40s. That's it on Thursday as that colder air comes back in. And then another round of some showers late Friday into Saturday. But overall, first weekend of March with our temperatures will be above average, mainly dry from Saturday afternoon through Sunday.
Well, now let's take a look at your lens solar traffic network here. And there's an accident, US 50, and that is westbound near the Bay Bridge. So that's different from the other one that was eastbound. They've moved this one now saying westbound, one vehicle involved, one traffic lane, and the shoulder is closed in that direction. You can see it marked right there on your map. In Baltimore City, we know East Lombard Street between North Highland Avenue is closed as a result of a house fire that we've been covering all morning long. Is breaking news. So that East Lombard at 3400 block and around that area, there's a lot of fire trucks and vehicles that has shut down. Here's a live look now from our Lens Solar mobile track cruising along 95 South heading towards Joppa. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on the BART train system. We've got Penn Train 511, Camden 845, and Brunswick 874, all operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains look good for travel. Light rail on time, but Metro Subway expect a delay of about 8 to 10 minutes in both directions. Allow time for travel on your travels there. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Defending the right to learn, why one state lawmaker wants to give Maryland children the right to leave a failing school, and why some say it's not going to work.
A class event makes its return to Baltimore for the first time in 5 years. After the break, we'll hear Mayor Scott's big announcement. 6:22, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Baltimore, the book festival is coming back.
Major announcement from Mayor Brandon Scott. The book festival, as you just heard, is coming back to Charm City.
The last time it was held was in 2019, and then it stopped because of the COVID-19 pandemic. But it is making its big comeback just in time for its 25th anniversary. The mayor says the festival will be held the last weekend of September.
We are coming back better than ever. This is a special event for everyone in Baltimore, whether you're a young person who is found reading as a window to the rest of the world, that you're excited to experience, a parent sharing their love of reading with their kids, or just a lifelong book lover. There is going to be something for everyone.
To learn more about this festival, head to our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Another mild day today with temperatures climbing into the 60s. Later on, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking when we can expect our next cool down.
Baltimore's Harbor Place revitalization project is one step closer to the ballot. Still to come, what needs to happen for the City Council to approve this project in next week's final vote. And now you can watch Fox 45 News for free anytime on Amazon Fire TV or Samsung TV Plus. 626, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 6:29 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it seems like we may need to grab the umbrella if you're heading out to work.
That's right. Meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about what's coming later today.
Yeah, a couple of showers here going to be picking up for the afternoon and evening. So, yeah, have the rain gear ready to go just in case. And then a lot more rain and wind on Wednesday. Two weather makers are going to be making their way here and changing things up. But overall, our Towson cam not looking too bad. We do have some more cloud cover out there. That's kept our temperatures a little milder. We're still in the 30s for Cockeysville and Towson, 38 in Dundalk, 37 in Bel Air, and Glen Burnie and Pasadena as well. Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Temps will get to the low to mid 40s over the next couple of hours. So we'll keep the clouds around for your morning drive, and we're dry this morning, but your evening commute is where the rain's going to roll in. We'll still get to the 60s again today and even some lower 70s tomorrow, but that's going to come with a lot of wind and rain, possibly some thunderstorms as well. Back with your full forecast coming up in a few.
All right, let's take a look at our Lynn Solar Traffic Network and see what's happening on the roads as we take a live look around the Baltimore region. Looking pretty clear. The only issue to report is in the city. We know that East Lombard Street between North Highland Avenue, that is closed, and that is the result of a house fire. from early this morning. Now, we've also been tracking an accident at US 50 westbound in Queen Anne's County, not seen here on these maps. It has been moved over to the right shoulder. Just something to be aware of. We are following breaking news this morning. 3 people are in definitive care after an early morning fire in East Baltimore.
Shannon Lilly is at the scene and has been there since they had that news conference earlier. Shannon.
Yeah, so firefighters, Tom and Patrice, continue to investigate going in and out of the home here behind me. But we are learning new information that those victims were 2 children and 1 adult that had to be rescued from this home here behind me. And as the sun comes up, we are getting a closer look at the damage, and it is extensive. I mean, you can see just how blackened that brick building is, completely charred. The windows are gone. They're busted out there, and it's just completely devastated. We also know that there were 4 other homes that were impacted by these flames. Multiple people are displaced. And it's also unclear right now if there were more people in the home where the 3 that were pulled out unconscious and unresponsive were rescued. But firefighters responded to the call around 2 this morning, and when they got here, there was heavy fire and smoke coming from the 1st and 2nd floors. And they immediately began using water. They went inside to attack the flames. You can see right now where they're on top or climbing up the ladders going on top of the building. So this continues this morning as the investigation continues. But about an hour ago, we heard from Councilman Zeke Cohen, who oversees the district, and he's reacting to the news, especially of the 3 victims. Take a listen.
This is what Highlandtown does, is we rally around each other. But again, my heart is really broken for this family, and just speaking as a father with 2 young kids myself, there is literally nothing worse that I could think of than what occurred last night into this morning.
Were there smoke detectors in the home?
We don't know yet. We do not know yet. That'll be part of the investigation. Our investigators have been on scene. They've been here for a while. However, they assemble, they tour methodical. There's, there's picture taking. They literally go inch by inch in these rooms and attempt to determine. So that's a very slow but precise process.
And you're watching as this process unfolds right now, the investigation continuing. We do know that firefighters will likely be out here for quite a long time. As for the condition of those victims, still no word, but just based on how they were speaking, Chief Wallace and the PIO, it didn't seem good. But of course, we'll keep you guys posted. Reporting live in Highlandtown, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
6:33 now. In your Session 2024 coverage today, lawmakers will hold a hearing on a bill named after Pava Marie LaPere. She is the Baltimore Tech CEO who was killed in her apartment building last fall.
We expect at least one of Pava LaPere's parents to speak at this hearing today. Now, they're fighting for 2 different bills to be passed in their daughter's name.
Let's take a look at the one that is up for a hearing today. Senate Bill 473, or the Pava LaPere Legacy of Innovation Act, focuses on providing startup grants to student entrepreneurs. It is in honor of LaPere, who was a young tech CEO murdered in the fall. Her suspected killer, Jason Billingsley, a convicted sex offender who was out of prison early on good behavior credits. LaPere's parents also pushing for another bill making its way through the House known as the Pava Marie LaPere Act. That bill would end early release options for people convicted of a sex offense. In January, the LaPere family stood with City State's Attorney Ivan Bates to unveil the legislation.
All of our extended families are victims. The employees of EcoMap Technologies, Pava's friends and co-workers, and other members of the Baltimore tech community ecosystem are victims. The entire city of Baltimore was held hostage, and as a result is also a victim.
One example, one time is one time too many. We want to make sure that we put laws in place that will keep all the citizens protected.
Both of these bills aim to make changes in LaPere's name. Today's hearing is set for 1 this afternoon in the Senate.
So both of these bills aim to make changes in Pava LaPere's name, and today that hearing is set for 1 this afternoon in the Senate.
So Some lawmakers are pushing for a way to give children who are stuck in failing or dangerous schools a way out.
The Right to Learn Act would give students the chance to transfer out of a failing school. The bill classifies a failing school as one that has received a 1-star rating for 3 consecutive school years. Critics say the bill could lead to overcrowding, and it doesn't give schools time to improve. Supporters argue those schools have been given enough time already.
Maryland spends and has been spending for more than 20 years a record amount of money on public education. And we redistribute money from the wealthy suburbs to those areas where, the schools are having issues. And that is an incredibly important thing to consider. So after 3 years, we're really not even talking about just the 3 years of 1-star school. These same schools have had issues for a couple of decades. And so enough already.
The push comes as city schools continue to miss performance standards. State test results last year found 13 Baltimore City public high schools had 0 students proficient in math.
We are taking you live to Michigan, where polling locations here open in less than 30 minutes. We're going to break down the early predictions and the presidential primary there and the latest standings all across the country.
The city council is demanding answers about how Safe Streets workers are hired. We'll take a closer look at their calls for transparency.
A dry start to your Tuesday, but that may not last very long.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking our next chance for rain and if it will impact your area. 6:37, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Snowfall in parts of the Pacific Northwest Monday. Looks like these fish in Oregon were enjoying it. Parts of Washington state were peppered with hail. Meanwhile, these blossoms remained brilliant under a coating of snow. And it looks like winter returns to Bozeman, Montana. Storm advisories expected to remain for a chunk of the state Tuesday.
Listen to Off the Radar. New episodes every Tuesday.
.640 in Michigan voters, they're heading to the polls today to cast their ballot in the 2024 presidential primary.
Let's get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center with the early predictions and what's on the line here, Megan.
Yeah, taking you live to Detroit, Michigan here this morning, where polls open across the state at 7 a.m., just about 20 minutes from right now, and close at 8 p.m. Michigan will award only 16 of 55 delegates based on the results of today's primary. The rest will be allotted at its convention this weekend, Saturday, March 2nd. Both are expected, guys, to be a Trump win by a landslide for the GOP. And take a look at this here. This is the current delegate count. Right now, Donald Trump currently has 110, while Nikki Haley has 20. The eventual Republican nominee will need to win 1,215 delegates to clinch the party's stamp of approval. Haley, we know she is fresh off her latest loss to the former president in her home state of South Carolina, and she is facing an uphill climb. Polls in all of the states that she is expected to visit this week indicating she is lagging far behind the former president. And check this out, the latest Emerson College poll of a potential 2024 presidential matchup between both parties' frontrunners, now showing 46% of Michigan voters supporting former President Trump, 44% say they support current President Joe Biden, 10% still undecided. Between early voting and absentee voting, we are told hundreds of thousands of Michigan residents already cast their ballots before today. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center as those results start coming in tonight. Tom.
Thank you, Megan. Tens of thousands of people were on edge last week due to a nationwide AT&T outage. Coming up in our 7 o'clock hour, how this will go over with customers moving forward.
And in this week's State House Spotlight, we hear from both sides of the aisle about a bill seeking to require parental consent for minors to receive medical or surgical gender-affirming care. 6:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. We have breaking news in today's Morning Rush, an investigation into a massive fire in East Baltimore.
Shannon Lilly joining us live from the scene and the update on what we know so far. Shannon.
Well, as the crime scene tape has come down now, Tom and Patrice, we are getting a closer look at the absolute devastation to this home. I mean, look at this behind me here. You can see just how damaged this brick building is. It's completely black, charred. I can see straight through it. Almost looks like a bomb went off inside of it. I mean, it is completely destroyed. And this is where firefighters pulled 2 children, 1 adult, from the burning home. They were unconscious and unresponsive inside the home, we're told, and they were rushed to the hospital. But as of this morning, there is still no word on their condition. But we do know that firefighters are working hard, and they worked hard to get this fire under control. But 4 other homes near this home are also impacted by the fire, and multiple people are now displaced. So this morning we're continuing to try to learn more about what caused this fire. That's something that fire officials are still investigating, and learn more about the victim's condition. And of course, as we get that information, we'll bring it to you here live. Now back to you.
All right, well, also breaking this morning while that fire was unfolding this morning in Baltimore City, a live look now from a house fire that happened in Havre de Grace where a firefighter was injured. The Harford County, Maryland Fire and EMS posted to X. The fire happened earlier this morning. You can see that image on the left, and then what is the live look on your right. Volunteer firefighters from Susquehanna Hose and other companies working together to try and put this fire out. They say 1 firefighter has been transported to Hopkins Bayview.
Opening statements are happening today for one of the suspects in the murder of Baltimore police officer Kiana Holly, who was shot in her patrol car in December of 2021. The jury was seated yesterday. Elliot Knox was charged in Holly's murder, along with the murder of 27-year-old Justin Johnson just a few hours later. He will be tried for both crimes in a joint case. Fox 45 News spoke to Holly's family at the courthouse. They say they've been waiting a long time for accountability.
It means that we are finally able to get justice. And then we know that we're going to be faithful and justice will be served. We're going to leave it over to God, let him do his work, and then we're going to wait until the end of the trial to see what happens.
According to court documents, video footage, and a license plate reader led police to Knox, who later admitted to being there for the murders. But he says his co-defendant, Tavon Shaw, was the one who pulled the trigger. Both sides are expected to present their opening statements today.
Baltimore's $500 million Harbor Place revitalization project is one step closer to the ballot. The city council advanced 3 bills, including an amendment to the city charter that would allow construction. The proposal includes new residential areas and more park space to replace the pavilions on Pratt and Light Street. There will be a final vote next week. If approved, the measure will appear on the city's ballot this fall. 6:48 is the time, and yeah, a chilly start again this morning, but will it get warm up as much as we had yesterday?
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here, and I'm going to guess that is yes, because I wasn't even as cold this morning as I was in the past.
Yeah, 62 yesterday, probably getting the low mid-60s again today, but then it's this afternoon. Wind is going to start rolling in, scattered showers, and then we've got an even kind of more active day tomorrow that we have to deal with. So that's going to bring in a lot more wind, excuse me, more rain as well, and the potential for even some thunderstorms that we'll be looking at. So here's a live cam right now over downtown Baltimore, Toyota Inner Harbor sky cam at this time. Overall, we have some clouds that have been kind of hanging around here this morning. Our temperatures, and Patrice mentioned, yeah, we're not as cold. 37 officially at BWI Thurgood Marshall, and no real wind to speak of at this time. Now, what we have going on is our next weather maker. So already seeing some showers and thunderstorms here in the Mid-South, Kentucky down into Tennessee. Lots of lightning with this. What we're going to see later today is the potential for severe weather in this part of the country, just to the west of us. The Great Lakes and the Midwest, under that slight risk for severe weather, could see damaging winds, some hail, tornadoes as well. We're getting into springtime here. We get the changing weather. You get a warm day, you get some cold days, and that's the atmosphere just kind of trying to regulate itself. By tomorrow, we have the marginal risk for severe weather, and it gets as close as western Maryland there, the far western tip there of Garrett County back to Charleston, West Virginia. So that's an indication of kind of what's to come as we head into this afternoon. We're going to stay dry through about 2, 3 o'clock, but you'll start to see some showers build in, and that wind is going to pick up from the south later this afternoon. Into the evening time tonight, a few more of those scattered showers. We'll start off tomorrow with some rain in the morning time, and then more of that wind and rain into the afternoon. Now, it's going to get very mild here with temperatures that could get into the lower 70s by the time we get into the afternoon, but could see really some heavy rain and moderate to heavy rain with some of those stronger wind gusts. As quickly as it comes, it's going to be out of here. And by Wednesday night, we are clear of all of that. However, we got the colder air back behind that. In terms of our rainfall totals, pretty impressive. Most of these numbers are going to be close to about an inch of rain once this thing is all said and done, both today and for tomorrow. Temperatures are going to climb low to mid 60s as we take you into the afternoon today. And let's check that 7-day forecast. 70s tomorrow, but back to the upper 40s on Thursday. Friday and Saturday will be a little bit warmer, and we'll have some rain again Friday night into Saturday morning. Should clear out by Saturday afternoon, and overall, not a bad weekend for the first one of March.
6:51 now. Roster decisions are quickly approaching for the Orioles, with only about 1 month until they take the field at Camden Yards for opening day against the Los Angeles Angels. Now, most of the team's work needs to be done in the bullpen. The O's will look at all their options, including top pitching prospects. One of those, Seth Johnson. He got one start yesterday against the Braves for Johnson's spring debut. Johnson threw 2 scoreless innings with no hits and just 1 walk in the Birds' 2-1 win over Atlanta.
We want to see how you're getting ready for opening day at Camden Yards. Scan the QR code you see right there on your screen. It will take you to foxbaltimore.com, where you can upload all of your pictures and videos. It's powered by Stackla.
It takes a village to stay fit, live healthy, and make art. Coming up, we reveal the art piece made by the community for the community, all at the Be More Healthy Expo.
And time to stretch out your arms, warm up your legs, get ready for the hops, maybe some dunks. The CIAA is happening this week right here in Charm City. Mark Clark will be live downtown with a complete rundown of all the events and ways that you can support your favorite teams.
I'm stretching. I'm ready. Put me in, coach.
Yeah,
Yes.
You just need a little bit of boost of energy before you go in.
All right. Time for a coffee break.
6:55, we have an update now to our breaking news. A fully engulfed row home fire in Baltimore City. Baltimore City Councilman Zeke Cohen, you see right there highlighted in the blue, just posted to X, writing an 8-year-old has died at the hospital. 2 other victims are in critical condition. Cohen writing the other 2 victims are ages 13 and 22.
Make sure you stay with Fox 45 Morning News. In just about 5 minutes, Shannon Lilly will join us live from the scene with the latest on this investigation.
Well, happening now, Loyola University students will return to class today after a shelter-in-place order went into effect yesterday afternoon. It was lifted after a bomb threat at the school was deemed not credible.
In the meantime, Baltimore residents near Patterson Park are reporting a surge in stolen packages, but they say police aren't pursuing the suspects.
Over the weekend, one man telling Fox 45 he witnessed what he says 2 men sorting through about a dozen stolen packages along Patterson Park Avenue. He reported the incident to the Baltimore Police Department, and they showed up about 30 minutes later.
The alleged suspects were still in the alley rifling through things, and according to the Patterson Park resident, officers never approached the men despite empty packaging littering the ground and a photo of them in action that he snapped and showed the police.
He says, "How do you know the packages were stolen?" I said, "Amazon packages?" And I said, "There they go, they're right there." Laxadaisy, whatever. I called Internal Affairs to find out, what's going on here. Internal Affairs told me, unless the police see them steal the item, there's nothing they can do. And I'm like, what?
Well, other residents in that same area are raising similar concerns over auto crimes or vehicle crimes, many claiming unless a crime was clearly caught on camera, police will not respond in person to file a report or even investigate.
Fox 45 News has done extensive coverage on quality of life crimes throughout Baltimore. Stay with Fox 45 News. Coming up in our next half hour, we'll have more on what Mayor Brandon Scott is doing to address the issue. Taking a look now at the Fox box, top left, the leader of the United Nations calling for greater respect for human rights around the world. He says global tensions are rising and the path to peace begins with full respect for all human rights, including civil, cultural, economic, political, and social.
Top right, Southern California, Edison will be paying the federal government $80 million to settle claims connected to the 2017 Thomas wildfire. Investigators found the fire was sparked by utility equipment in 2 locations. Fire went on to burn nearly 440 square miles in Ventura and Santa Barbara counties. The bottom left, you see here, Boeing is under more pressure after a new report recommends changes in the company's safety protocols. Safety review panel found 27 areas of concern, mostly surrounding a disconnect between management and employees in reporting plane quality issues.
And then on the bottom right, and happening today, the Odysseus moon lander is expected to stop communicating with Earth. Intuitive Machine says it is intended to collect data until the lander's solar panels are no longer exposed to light. It was supposed to go at least for a week, not happening though, and so now that's not clear how it will affect the number of images and information that Odysseus will be able to send to Earth. We're following 2 breaking house fires this morning. The first one in Baltimore. Now we're hearing that one has turned deadly. You're taking a live look at the scene. We also have a crew at a house fire in Havre de Grace, where we've heard that a firefighter has been hurt.
This is funded by taxpayer dollars, and so therefore, if there's questions about the program, they should be answering it, even if that money is going through a third party.
Uncovering the truth about Safe Streets, the action city leaders are taking to get answers about the program's hiring process.
Temps are still going to be mild today, but we're tracking 2 weather makers rolling in with wind and rain on the way. We'll talk about it coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We want to get right back out to the breaking news we've been following. An early morning fire in East Baltimore has now turned deadly.
Shannon Lilly joining us live from the scene on East Lombard Street with new information coming from Councilman Zeke Cohen. Shannon?
Yeah, certainly a sad update, Tom and Patrice. We are hearing from Councilman Zeke Cohen that an 8-year-old who was rescued from this burning home here has died at the hospital. We also know that the other 2 victims who were rescued, just 13 years old and 22 years old, they remain in critical condition. Again, that's according to Councilman Zeke Cohen. All 3 were found unconscious and unresponsive inside this home. And the damage, I mean, it truly speaks for itself. It is devastating. You can see how black and charred this building is. The windows are busted out. You can see some sweeping and cleaning up is being done right now. But a total of 4 homes were impacted and multiple people are displaced. It's also unclear right now if there were more people in the home where the 3 were rescued, so still working to find out more on that. But firefighters responded to the call around 2 this morning, and when they got here, they found that heavy fire and smoke, and they began attacking it with water. They went inside to attack it, and that is when they found the 3 unconscious victims. And we did hear from Councilman Zeke Cohen earlier, who oversees this district. Take a listen to how he was reacting to the news.
Look, there is not much worse than showing up and seeing young children that have been victims in a very significant fire. And so for me as a councilman and also as a father, I want to make sure that both the neighbors in the immediate area, but also our first responders have the support that they need.
Because of the nature of the fire, the extent of the injuries, we have a standard way that we investigate things. All options are on the table with this. We have no indication that there was any suspicious activity, but given where we are right now with the degree of injuries, this will be a very slow, methodical investigation and we will use all the tools at our disposal to make that determination.
Again, Chief Wallace says this investigation just continues. You're looking live at the absolute devastation and damage to this home. A lot of the firefighters have since cleared the scene, but we know that this investigation just continues. And again, we have learned from Councilman Zeke Cohen that an 8-year-old who was pulled from this burning home has died and was pronounced dead at the hospital. We'll continue to look into the conditions of the other 2 victims and bring that to you live right here. Reporting live in Highlandtown, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, thank you, Shannon. As this fire was happening, another fire was going on in Harford County. Taking a look at this, you can see the live shot on the right-hand side there, and then what was going on early this morning on the left. Firefighters from Susquehanna Hose and other companies, they were at that house fire right on Hill Court in Havre de Grace. They say 1 firefighter has been transported to Hopkins Bayview. We'll continue keeping you updated on this incident also throughout the morning.
Well, download the Fox 45 News app for up-to-the-minute breaking news, weather, anytime. Search WBFF in your app store. Well, welcome back. Good morning to all of you on this Tuesday, February 27th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We want to get right over to our meteorologist, Justin Chambers, talking about warmth and then some rain.
Yeah, rain and wind is what we're going to be picking up later today and then especially for tomorrow. As we look outside right now, not too bad. A few clouds hanging around, but the sun is now up. You'll still need a jacket as you make your way out with temperatures that are in the mid to upper 30s, even some lower 40s. 42 in Brooklyn Park, 40 in Woodlawn, and 36 in Glen Burnie and Pasadena. Breezy and mild for the afternoon. We are tracking more rain and wind as well over the next couple of days. So Mr. Bo says we're good to go this morning with temps staying in the 30s and lower 40s. But this afternoon, probably going to be a little bit wetter for your afternoon and evening commute. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in a few.
Well, let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. There was an accident on the outer loop, 695 in Woodlawn at exit 17, but that is now being cleared. It still caused the disabled vehicle that was moved to the shoulder, still caused some backups, and that was tapping of your brakes. And you can see that in the red and the yellow. It's getting better, believe it or not, if you're heading on the outer loop there. Then the other incident, which is shutting down Maryland 75 completely at Jones Road. And this is in Frederick County. There was a vehicle involved there and it's completely closed off 75. So that's also not a major road, but it's still a thoroughway point for people that are in the Frederick County. Developing this morning, City Council members demanding answers about how Safe Streets workers are hired.
Questions have been central to Fox 45 News' years-long investigation into the Safe Streets program.
This is funded by taxpayer dollars, and so therefore, if there's questions about the program, they should be answering it, even if that money is going through a third party.
There's been some troubling events that have been brought up.
Baltimore City Council members say taxpayers deserve to have their questions answered, especially in light of some of the recent criminal activity playing out inside Safe Streets.
They are now pushing for more transparency with an oversight hearing set for next week.
The committee will conduct a legislative oversight hearing on the hiring practices of the Safe Streets program. We've been asking questions for quite some time. There hasn't been a lot of answers.
I expect that at the hearing for Monty to come in and literally lay out or have their partners lay out, again, the hiring process, the vetting process, how are they ensuring that, one, the workers are getting what they need, and two, that the workers are doing and performing the work that's required.
They want Monzi to clearly answer questions from council members. And these calls for transparency come amid Fox 45's relentless coverage of criminal activity playing out inside some Safe Streets sites, including when we uncovered new ties between Safe Streets and the notorious Black Guerrilla family gang in January. Unsealed court documents link one of the sites to an attempted murder hit. All this comes after an FBI raided the Bel Air Edison site in October.
Safe Streets remains a program with inconclusive effectiveness and transparency concerns, but it is still at the center of Mayor Brandon Scott's crime-fighting strategy. We expect to get more answers at the oversight hearing scheduled for Thursday night, March 7th. Fox 45 News has found Safe Streets workers with gang ties, and those aren't the only workers we found who have committed crimes while working for the program.
Starting with Vernon Harper. He pleaded guilty to federal drug charges. Prosecutors say he had been dealing drugs in the same Safe Streets zone where he worked. His work with Safe Streets was revealed through details in the indictment. The city did not disclose that information. Ronald Alexander, you see an image of him here, was sentenced to more than 11 years in prison for distributing drugs in Baltimore. Prosecutors say he used his position in the program to try to stop investigations from happening or tracking him.
Gardnell Carter pleaded guilty last May to charges stemming from a fatal crash in 2020. Fox 45 News obtained an email from then Monzi director Shantae Jackson writing Carter would be released following the assistance and support of Mayor Scott and Monzi. The mayor's office later told us that email was referring to emotional support. Ronald Brady Jr. was accused of killing Damon Scroggins in September of 2019. That case went to trial in 2022, but ended in a hung jury. Brady was then acquitted last year. The victim's family, highly critical of the Safe Streets program.
Oh, yes. Yes. My belief is that our city government is financing a criminal enterprise. I believe that within my heart.
There are people with ill will involved. There are people who are operating under the disguise that they are trying to reform in some way. And I'm so sorry to the people who are involved with good intentions, because you're involved with a program that has no intention on doing what it says that it's trying to do.
Last year, Fox 45 News filed a public records request for Safe Streets related contracts. The city did not hand over those documents until we threatened legal action. Those contracts revealed the CBOs running the Safe Street sites are required to conduct background checks on employees, but the CBOs aren't required to give the results of the background checks to the city.
The city will not reveal the names of Safe Street workers because they claim they are not city employees, even though they are paid with tax dollars. It's important to know police officer information is public knowledge. And we want to hear from you. Do you think the Safe Streets program needs to be more transparent? As you see on the bottom of your screen right there, so far 99% of those who have responded say yes. You can weigh in right now by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
It's 7:09, and we want to get another check of your forecast.
Yeah, meteorologist Justin Chambers saying, okay, shorts maybe again today.
Yeah, absolutely. With temperatures that'll get back into the 60s. However, we have to have rain gear as well, because some of those showers will work in as we head toward the afternoon. Wind is going to pick up too. Right around the region here, most of us are in the 30s, but look at just to the left side of your screen there, a lot of upper 50s across parts of the upper Midwest and the Ohio River Valley. Out for a run or a jog next couple of hours, 30s and 40s. Still chilly this morning, but we will top out in the lower 60s, even some mid 60s this afternoon, even though it comes with some wind and rain, especially later in the day. And sun will be up until 5:57. Those daylight hours continuing to expand. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that, and we'll track that next weather maker for tomorrow as well, coming up in a few.
7:10 now. We're just hours away from a big meeting in Washington as top congressional leaders negotiate a spending deal.
Let's get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center with where things stand now. Megan.
Feeling like deja vu, guys? Taking you live to Capitol Hill here this morning, where once again the clock is ticking. There are just a handful of days left to prevent a partial government shutdown. It's coming up this Saturday this time. If no deal is reached by then, funding would stop immediately for agencies like the Department of Veterans Affairs, Transportation, Agriculture, Energy, and Housing and Urban Development. Funding for the remaining government agencies would expire a week later, March 8th. Taking you live now to the White House, where today the president is also expected to push for a foreign aid package, which would give tens of billions of dollars in aid to U.S. allies like Ukraine and Israel. In fact, take a look here. This is a breakdown of that bill. Around $60 million would go to Ukraine. More than $14 billion would go to Israel. $60 billion to Ukraine, $14 billion to Israel, $9 billion to humanitarian assistance in Gaza. So far, House Speaker Mike Johnson has refused to bring up this legislation in the House. At this point, another spending patch seems the most likely scenario here. In other words, kind of kicking the can down the road again as that deadline inches closer. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center. There's still time as talks continue here today. Patrice?
Here's a look at the stories making headlines this hour. The family of tech CEO Pavel Lapierre expected to face lawmakers in Annapolis today as they push for stricter punishment for convicted sex offenders.
And Republican lawmakers are sponsoring a bipartisan bill to prohibit teens, 16 and 17-year-olds, from receiving gender-affirming care without parental consent. Our State House Spotlight is up next. 7:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
It doesn't hurt anybody. People can still get this if their parents want them to.
So do you have any examples of this happening now?
I only have examples from families who have reached out to me anonymously to say that their children are under a lot of pressure from the children's therapist to transition.
So can you point to me in last year's legislation where it did not?
Could you explain to the committee what those incentives are?
What proof do you have?
Do we know the average age that they're finally deciding? Okay, so obviously there was a certain age, and then now they're deciding to go through the detransitions.
In your Session 2024 coverage, a bill making its way through Annapolis would strip some medical rights from teens seeking gender-affirming care. Current state law, as of January 1st, lets those who are 16 and older consent to gender-affirming care without their parental advice. But a group of Republican lawmakers and 3 Democrats want to change that. They're sponsoring a bill to prohibit some teens from receiving gender-affirming care without their parental or guardian consent. And joining us now for this week's State House Spotlight, the bill's sponsor, Republican Delegate Lauren Aricon, and Democrat Senator Mary Washington. Senator and Delegate, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Good morning. It's great to be here.
Good morning. Delegate Aricon, I want to start with you first here, since you were backing this. We just played some video where you were being questioned by others. The debate going on in Annapolis, what was the main focus of this bill?
The focus is just to protect our 16 and 17-year-olds who back in 2021 with SB 41 were given the right to consent to all mental health medications without their parents' knowledge or consent, which includes things like puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones.
And Senator Washington, we know right now, in order to get a tattoo in Maryland, you have to be 18. You can't get your ears pierced unless you have parental consent.
Right.
And now we're talking about 16 and 17-year-olds that can go through some major surgeries here without the parental consent. Do you see a disconnect there with this bill? And do you see any issues saying, okay, maybe a guardian or a parent needs to, say, sign off on this first?
Right. Well, thank you so much for an opportunity to discuss this important topic. I was honored to be the Senate sponsor of the bill that made it illegal to discriminate against Marylanders based on what type of care they are seeking from their health care provider. And so just Governor Moore also reinforced that by passing an executive order in June saying that gender-affirming care is protected in Maryland. And also in 2012, we were the first state in the nation to establish a law by the vote of the state legislature that same-sex couples were entitled to legal rights. 2014, we prohibited discrimination based on gender identity.
Yeah, but
and
let's focus just on this one.
Let me finish
this one right here. Well, there's a question though, because we're talking about this bill and the new bill that's brought in. I understand about past things that have changed, but this bill specifically.
So the thing you misread the legislation. The legislation that we passed does not allow anyone who is not an adult to receive surgery. So I just want to be very clear. So if we're going to talk about,
let me just clarify this, because that's a very important thing, Senator Washington. Services, yes. Hormone therapy, lab testing, voice surgery, therapy, and lessons. This is right off of the Maryland's website. If you go right there, hair removal, transplants, facial surgery, top surgery, gender affirming surgery. That's right there, and then reassign it. Senator, it's right there on the website. I'm just trying to find out a little bit more about this. If it's on there on the website, it says it right there. Gender affirming surgery, preventative care, transition, revision, and reversal of priority gender affirming procedures. That's all surgery for 16 and 17-year-olds.
Not for anyone who is not an adult. All right. So we have to be very clear. Whatever is in a website is different than perhaps what there's in a law. Maybe the website is talking more broadly about adults who are an individual or who are eligible to receive that care. Now, right now in this country, the United States, our World Health Organization is also considering what the guidelines should be for this population. Now, with regard to the bill that you're discussing, it will be discussed, and I'm sure that the committee will deliberate. And currently in the state of Maryland, children are able to consent to psychological services. They are able to consent if you are unaccompanied homeless youth. In other words, if you're someone that doesn't have a family, you can consent to health care. all kinds of health care.
Yeah,
so this is not inconsistent.
But you still cannot get
you
can't get an ear pierced without your parental consent until you're 18, or a tattoo. So I think it's going back to, are we taking away parental rights or parental's derogative here? Now, consent, you were just saying there, 14-year-olds can go in and see their provider, and their parents do not need to be discussed, but that's a conversation right there. That's not mean action and surgery. So going
not
back,
in the context of surgery, you are misleading. This is really unfortunate.
We can have Delegate Archon, who brought the other bill up, talk about
information that is not correct.
This is happening right now. I got a message today from my staff who pulled a post off of the internet, a Maryland family talking about their 12-year-old child having her breast buds removed. So this kind of stuff is happening. It's happening to children in our state. But this bill specifically only addresses 16 and 17-year-olds and really criminalizing anybody who's giving them permanent life-altering treatments without their parents' knowledge or consent. That's the bottom line. Parents.
What I'm saying is that doesn't happen, Delegate. You know that is not the law in Maryland. And Fox, you know that is not the law in Maryland. And you should not be misleading, our people.
Okay.
This is a very important topic. These are Marylanders. Healthcare
is a very Delegate and Senator, it is a very important topic, and obviously the debates will continue here. We definitely need to find out exactly the definition of the law. I went to the state's website and found out the law that was written there and read those things for you. So if there's some confusion, we need to readdress that. Thank you so much for joining us today, and of course this debate will continue. Well, Senator and Delegate, thank you.
It is 7:21 now, and we need to move on to meteorologist Justin Chambers with the forecast.
Taking a look at temperatures that are going to be mild once again today. We already have that sun that is out there. Still chilly this morning, but as you head into the afternoon, we are going to see those numbers rise. We're also picking up the wind and the rain as well. A little bit of rain today, a lot more rain tomorrow with that next weather maker. So basically 2 weather makers rolling in. This is our current HD radar. Let's zoom into the Mid-South and areas here in Nashville, up in Lexington, Kentucky. Lots of lightning strikes with this as well. This is kind of the first round of these showers, and they're going to try to make a run at the mountains here for us today and eventually into our region by the afternoon. Now, just to the north of that area, this area in yellow in the Midwest and the Great Lakes, that's a slight risk for severe weather. That's 2 on a scale of 1 to 5. Could see damaging wind gusts, hail, and even some tornadoes in this part of the country later today. Then tomorrow, that risk is going to shift a little further to the east, and this area in green is a marginal risk, which includes very, very tip of western Maryland there. There's parts of Garrett County. Either way, we're going to get a little bit more active over the next couple of days. The next couple of hours, we're dry, but by about 2-3 p.m., we'll see a potential of a couple of light showers here and there. Wind is going to pick up through the afternoon, and even into Tuesday evening, those showers will be kind of hit and miss. Early tomorrow morning, we'll start off with some moderate rain, especially around the Mason-Dixon and areas down through Baltimore City and Columbia. And then by about 11 o'clock tomorrow, we're going to see really mild air. The wind is really going to start picking up as we head toward Wednesday afternoon. We're going to see temperatures that'll slide to the 60s and lower 70s, but that's going to be very active and very mild, warm air with the cold air that's going to be coming in behind it. That is why we have that potential maybe of a thunderstorm or two with a little bit of instability. But by Wednesday night, all of that rain is out of here, and we're quite a bit colder and blustery as we head into Thursday. These are the updated rainfall totals, and looks like we're going to see a good more than an inch of rain for a lot of us here. So overall, pretty good soaking rain, especially on Wednesday. Go ahead and send the kids off with the umbrella here this morning. We'll not need it for the morning time, but by the time you pick them up this afternoon, may encounter a couple of those showers and temperatures that'll be in the lower 60s for a lot of us later today. Let's check that 7-day forecast. So we're actually going to get to about 71 tomorrow with the rainy and windy conditions, back to the upper 40s. Colder on Thursday, but then we rebound nicely as we head toward the weekend, right back to the 50s and 60s with rain showers late Friday night into Saturday morning. Most of the rest of the weekend should be dry.
A new study is revealing the noisiest cities in America, where Baltimore ranks on the list.
And the CIAA is here. That's right, the tournament is here in Baltimore again. We'll tell you all about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local. Long.
727 and trending this morning. According to a new study by Steel Guard Safety, Baltimore ranks as the 13th noisiest city in America.
The study analyzed key metrics related to noise pollution throughout the 100 largest cities across the country. Baltimore's high ranking comes from several factors, including several active construction projects, the amount of public transportation, and a relatively high traffic density.
New York takes home first prize, followed by then Chicago, the Windy City. Jersey City comes in third, Newark fourth. Boston rounds out the top 5.
Well, maybe you can park the cars and get out and walk today, at least for a little while. Mild temperatures on the way, but we are looking ahead to some rain and some wind as well. Meteorologist Justin Chambers times out when it all arrives in his Weather Authority forecast.
3 people were pulled from an early morning fire in Baltimore, 2 of them children. When we come back, an update from the scene where an investigation into what caused that fire continues. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 7:31 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we need to find out exactly how warm you will feel and how wet you'll get later today.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with that answer.
Looking outside, we got a lot of sunshine now. Temperatures that are going to climb to the low and even a few mid-60s here and there. But later this afternoon, a few showers. Really tomorrow, the rainier and windier day as that next weather maker really roars through the area. 38 Dundalk right now, 39 in Woodlawn. We're at 42 in Brooklyn Park. So on your morning drive, temperatures staying in the 30s and 40s for the next couple of hours. Evening commute a little bit wetter with some of those rain showers we'll have to deal with. Tomorrow, we're going to slide to the upper 60s, even lower 70s, but it's going to be rainy and windy and then much colder on Thursday. Back with your changing forecast that we have coming up in just a few.
Let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network here on this Tuesday morning, and a little bit of volume. The top right corner is frozen there, but some of the cameras around the Baltimore region, as you see moving along, no major issues to report around the Baltimore region. The only one that we do have to report is 95, and that is 95 north, right past, you guessed it, 43 or White Marsh Boulevard. So there's a disabled vehicle and a fender bender there, and that is causing some backups for you.
We're going back to our breaking news this morning. An early morning fire claims the life of an 8-year-old.
Shannon Lilly joining us live right from the scene on Lombard Street near South Highland Avenue with the details now coming in. Shannon?
Certainly a tragic update, Tom and Patrice. We're learning that that 8-year-old was an 8-year-old boy, and he was one of 3 that was pulled from this home here behind me after it went up in flames. We know the other 2 that were rescued, just a 13-year-old girl and a 22-year-old man. They are both in critical condition, and all 3 of them were found unconscious and unresponsive inside this home. Of course, the damage is just truly devastating. You can see it here. Pretty much see straight through this home. Look at how black and charred that brick is, and how the windows are just gone. We know that a total of 4 homes were impacted. Multiple people are now displaced. We've been seeing people come out and look at the damage. We've been seeing people gathering things inside their homes in these neighboring homes nearby. But right now, it's not clear if there were more people in the home where the 3 were rescued. So we're still trying to find out if there were more people. Right now, we do have 3 people confirmed inside that home. But firefighters responded to the call around 2 this morning. And when they got here, there was heavy fire and smoke coming from the 1st and 2nd floors. And they began fighting the fire. They went inside to rescue these 3 unconscious victims. And so we heard from Councilman Zeke Cohen, who oversees this district. He's reacting to this news. Take a listen.
This is what Highlandtown does, is we rally around each other. But again, my heart is really broken for this family. And just speaking as a father with 2 young kids myself, there is literally nothing worse that I could think of than what occurred last night into this morning.
Were there smoke detectors in the home?
We don't know yet. We do not know yet. That'll be part of the investigation. Our investigators have been on scene. They've been here for a while. However, they assemble. They too are methodical. There's there's picture taking. They literally go inch by inch in these rooms and attempt to determine. So that's a very slow but precise process.
So again, this investigation just continues. We know that the Red Cross is assisting victims who have been displaced. And again, the tragic news this morning is that an 8-year-old boy did succumb to his injuries at the hospital after being rescued from this home. The other 2, we are still waiting to learn more about their condition, but we do know that they are in critical condition now. Reporting live in Highlandtown, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. This is happening as that was happening earlier this morning. Another fire was going on in Harford County. In fact, you're taking a live look right here. You can see this 2-story home here. Volunteer firefighters from Susquehanna Hose and other companies. They were at the house fire on Hill Court in Havre de Grace. You see some of the images from earlier when that fire was coming out of the roof there. They say 1 firefighter has now been transported to Hopkins Bayview. We'll continue to keep you updated on this incident throughout the morning.
In your Session 2024 coverage today, lawmakers will hold a hearing on a bill named after Papa Marie LaPierre. She is the Baltimore Tech CEO who was killed in her apartment building last fall.
We expect at least one of LaPierre's parents to be speaking at this hearing today. And they are fighting for 2 different bills to be passed in their daughter's name.
That's right. Let's take a look at the one that is up for a hearing today. Senate Bill 473, or the Papa LaPierre Legacy of Innovation Act. It focuses on providing startup grants to student entrepreneurs. Now, it is in honor of LaPierre, who was a young tech CEO. Her suspected killer, Jason Billingsley, is a convicted sex offender who is out of prison early on good behavior credits. LaPierre's parents also pushing for another bill right now making its way through the House known as the Papa Marie LaPierre Act. That bill would end early release options for people convicted of a sex offense. In January, the LaPierre family stood with City State's Attorney Ivan Bates to unveil the legislation.
All of our extended families are victims. The employees of EcoMap Technologies, Pava's friends and co-workers, and other members of the Baltimore tech community ecosystem are victims. The entire city of Baltimore was held hostage, and as a result is also a victim.
One example, one time is one time too many. We want to make sure that we put laws in place that will keep all the citizens protected.
Well, both of these bills aim to make changes in LaPierre's name. Today, hearings they are set for 1 this afternoon in the Senate.
Baltimore City Council members are demanding more transparency over the Safe Streets program. What we can expect at an oversight hearing that is set for next week.
Polling locations in Michigan, they are now open. We are going to break down the early predictions in the presidential primary there and the latest standings all across the country.
A cool start with temperatures rising to the 60s plus when we're getting more showers. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, he's tracking it all out for us. That's coming up right after the break. 7:38, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We are all local all morning. .40 in Michigan, voters are heading to the polls right now to cast their ballot in the 2024 presidential primary.
Let's get over to Megan Gillen in our live center with the early predictions and what is on the line. Megan.
Yeah, we are taking you live. This is a bird's eye view over Detroit, Michigan, where polls have now been open for the last 40 minutes here all across the state. They will remain open through 8 o'clock tonight. Michigan will award only 16 of 55 delegates based on the results of today's primary. The rest will be allotted at its convention happening this weekend, Saturday, March 2nd. Both guys are expected to be a Trump win by a landslide for the GOP. Take a look at this. This is the current delegate count. Right now, Donald Trump currently has 110, while Nikki Haley has 20. The eventual Republican nominee will need to win 1,215 delegates to clinch the party's stamp of approval. Haley, fresh off her latest loss to the former president in her home state of South Carolina. She's facing an uphill climb here. Polls in all of the states that she is expected to visit this week indicating she is lagging far behind the former president. And check this out. This is interesting. The latest Emerson College poll of a potential 2024 presidential matchup between both parties' frontrunners now shows 46% of Michigan voters support former President Trump. 44% say they support current President Joe Biden. And then you've got 10% that are still undecided. Again, that is Michigan voters right there. Between early voting and absentee voting, we're told hundreds of thousands of Michigan residents, they already cast their ballots before today. So we're going to keep you posted right here from our live center as those results start coming in tonight when those polls close at 8 p.m. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. Following a major AT&T cell phone outage, how the tech company handled the hiccup and how they are making it right with their customers.
And artwork that answers a question: how can we be more healthy? In our 9 o'clock hour, we're sharing the piece and the message that it aims to deliver. 742, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. A massive nationwide outage left AT&T customers scrambling to communicate last week. Service was down for hours initially without a lot of answers as to why. Rob Weinhold, crisis leadership expert with Falston Group, joins us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
So on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being the best, how well do you think AT&T handled this?
Well, at this point, I'd give them a solid 8.
Okay,
and the reason
that's
is
good.
they deployed technologists. And if you think about it, 70,000 users were impacted to this point. 11 hours, which is not good, but it's not horrible. It was fixed. They got about $500 million in cost associated with this. That number will climb. Issued an apology and did a lot of the things that you need to do during crisis to make sure that you're handling it effectively and as transparently as possible. I think what they're going to have to deal with now is that $5 that they're going to give those users, because some people are saying, listen, I can't even get a Starbucks coffee for $5.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And they were saying, well, that's the average, daily cost to customers, but it's not. If you consider I use my phone for work, I use my internet for work, and I am now out of 11 hours worth of work, which costs me money. So that didn't really make up for what people in real time and in real life missed out on.
Well, if you had an emergency and you had to dial 911, there was an issue, an interruption. Yeah. If you have a business you're operating with point of sale systems and that was down, you've lost business. So $5, I think, is what they're trying to do to take the edge off. But the truth of the matter is, I think the people, when they see that $5 mark against a multi-million, billion-dollar corporation, they kind of raise their eyebrow a little bit.
In the beginning stages, how well did they do? Because I know that people around here, and I don't even have AT&T, but I heard the gasps from people around here in the studio. My phone isn't working. Can you get through? Can you get through? And then there was speculation about what happened. Did Russia do something with the satellite in the sky? Was there a cyber attack? So many things started circulating.
Well, in the absence of information, people often catastrophize, right? So they think, oh, it's World War III to a cyber attack, the criminals, and the whole 9 yards. And as it turns out, it's a technical failure on behalf of AT&T. But again, it lasted 11 hours, and when people catastrophize, that's why it's so important to get the information out there as quickly as possible to prevent the rumor mill from churning.
We go to the absolute worst.
Yes, we do.
So the FCC, though, is still investigating, FBI is still investigating. If AT&T has said what it is, what are they investigating? What are they looking for now?
Well, they'll look for the reasons it happened. What happened? What caused it? What are the short and long-term effects?
So they're not still looking for something more nefarious than what AT&T is saying happened?
Well, they may find something along the way because AT&T says, listen, this is self-inflicted, so to speak. But was there negligence? Was there gross negligence? And so they could face some heavy fines based on the outage. And if investigators find something that was more nefarious, then absolutely they'll investigate that. And eventually, as facts unfold, then we'll get to know what those facts are and figure out whether or not AT&T took all the necessary precautions to prevent the outage and adversely impacting people and ultimately public safety.
It was an 11-hour digital detox for some people. Maybe that was the upside.
The worst thing for anyone, right?
All right. Thank you so much. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers now and get a look at what's coming our way today.
Yeah, tracking the next weather maker. We've got some showers later this afternoon. Wind is going to pick up, and then the stronger system is tomorrow. That's going to be the next weather maker that's going to be rolling through. So lots of sunshine that's out there now. We're still in the mid-30s, so it's a little chilly this hour. But as we head later into the day today, we will see those numbers climb and get back to the low and mid-60s. Pretty quiet up and down the East Coast, but where the action is right now is in the mid-South. Kentucky and Tennessee, you can see some of those showers. A pretty quick-moving system. We've been watching this all morning with lots of lightning strikes, Lexington, Kentucky, down through Nashville. That's where we're seeing some of the active weather here. Really, where we could see a stronger outbreak later today is the Midwest and the Great Lakes region, where we have a slight risk for severe weather, 2 on a scale of 1 to 5. Tomorrow, that risk is going to shift a little further, a little closer to us, right there, just kind of clipping parts of Garrett County with a marginal risk. But either way, we're going to have very active conditions here in the atmosphere over the next 24 to 36 hours. This is our hourly future scan. So taking us through noon today, the wind is really going to start picking up. We'll keep those clouds around, and right about 2-3 o'clock this afternoon, you'll have a few light showers here and there, a few more of those showers through the afternoon and into the evening time for us for tonight. And then as we get into tomorrow morning early, we'll see some of those leftover showers. This is the next weather maker that's going to be stronger. So as we get into Wednesday morning and Wednesday afternoon, very warm and mild air is going to be out ahead of this cold front. So those rain showers will start to pick up. And as that front passes through 3-4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, that's when we expect the heaviest rain. Could even see some thunderstorms as well. The wind and the rain pretty much quickly moves out of here by tomorrow night. And then back behind that, we'll have this ridge of high pressure building in. Definitely drier, but colder air will be in place. And then heading to the weekend, overall not looking too bad. Temperatures climbing to the low and mid 60s as we take you through the afternoon for today. And those high temperatures are well above average again. Typically upper 40s is where we are for the last couple of days of February, but we're going to be in those 50s and 60s. Even low 70s for tomorrow, although it does come with rain and wind. And then on Thursday, we're quite a bit colder, back to the upper 40s. Notice on Friday and Saturday, another system comes through, especially Friday night into Saturday morning. But overall, most of the rest of the weekend looks dry with temps above average.
Well, let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and taking a look at some of the areas around Baltimore. We know that there's a mobile work crew on 95 northbound. Now they are between just north of White Marsh Boulevard, and there's also a disabled vehicle in the road there. They're right around the exit 74. Right now, this is causing some high volume stop and go traffic, and you can see that in the red backed up for miles. So that's one incident that you need to be careful of. And then also just volume throughout the rest of of the area. In Laurel, there's also a slowdown north and southbound right on BW Parkway, right near Brock Bridge, but there's no marker saying why you see that. And then if you can see 95 is still backed up north of Baltimore City. Now we want to give you a live look from a Len Stoller mobile track. He is right on 695 in Catonsville and without issue at this stretch of the road.
And the CIAA is back. We're going to talk to the organizers coming up next.
And a new play is highlighting mental health in the Black community. Ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, we have more on this exciting theatrical production, including a chat with the playwright.
Well, before we get to that play, you may want to start getting excited and warmed up today.
A coffee break always does the trick.
.755, and make sure your basketballs are pumped, your high tops are laced, because the CIAA fills the courts this week.
Mark Clark live at the Convention Center with some key speakers and a list of events that you won't want to miss. Always a good time, Mark.
I'm with the power brokers, Al Hutchinson, Shalonda Stokes, our friends. And so what's going on, Al? This is so exciting, right?
The most exciting week in Baltimore's history, right?
Come on
CIAA 2024 is back in town. We're very excited about what's going on. A lot of free events. We have a technology summit. We have a money move summit. We also have a health and wellness summit for the public. So come out to it. It's free. We want you to be engaged. A career day is going on, an education day here at the Convention Center.
Perfect.
A lot of great events in addition to basketball.
Right. It's not just sports. It's just everything, right, Shalonda?
It's everything. It's some of the best edge of your seat basketball. Coupled with, as Al talked about, amazing seminars and the most amazing food you're going to get in here. So you'll talk about, we have a Black-owned restaurant tour. We have food trucks outside. We have everything. We have even in Fan Fest that's taking place on Friday and Saturday. You'll also see a lot of the Baltimore retailers here. So you'll see an infusion of us all throughout the city, coupled with CIAA.
Come on, Baltimore. This is one of our shining moments. You know, this is a tournament that's amazing, and it's come down and check it out this weekend.
All right. Yeah, I love when they come. Yeah, it's a good time for Baltimore for sure.
If you'd like some more information about the CIAA and all those events Mark was just touching on, you can go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Coming up, it may be calm now, but wind and rain are on the way. Ahead meteorologist Justin Chambers has more on that next weather maker.
Coming up, an engineering firm is celebrating 50 years by setting up a new scholarship. Stick around our 8 o'clock hour for more on their exciting event and the award they are now offering. 7:57 is your time.
We are tracking 2 fires this morning. One of them turned deadly. We're going to take you live to the scenes in East Baltimore and have her to Grace.
And city council members are questioning Safe Streets hiring procedure. Ahead, we have more on what they're asking and why they're so concerned.
Temps are starting to warm up as we get into the afternoon. We'll see those numbers back to the 60s, but we have wind and rain starting today and especially for tomorrow. We'll talk about it.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, February 27th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. We're going to start, we're going to get warmer before all that other stuff comes in.
It felt warmer this morning than it has in a while. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with the forecast. More of what's coming later today, not so warm.
The average high for the day today is 49. We're already at 44, so obviously we're on our way to some warmer numbers here in the next couple of hours. And as we head toward the afternoon, lots of sunshine out there. You'll need your sunglasses, the jacket, but have the umbrella and the rain gear ready to go as well, because we are going to see some showers as we get a little bit later into the day today. So we're tracking a little bit more rain as we get later into the afternoon and evening time as well. On your out and about cast, 40s and 50s, and we'll be on our way to the 60s later today. We'll track more of that rain and wind coming up.
Well, looking now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network, there is a report of a disabled vehicle on 95 northbound between White Marsh Boulevard, right at exit 67 and Mountain Road, exit 74. And look at what it is causing, a severe backup. That is stop and go traffic, more stop from what we can see in this shot here. You're going to want to consider an alternate route as you make your way out the door this morning if that's where you're headed.
We do have breaking news. One firefighter has been taken to Hopkins Bayview after crews responded to a fire in Harford County here. This is a live shot. We're taking you live to the scene there in Havre de Grace. Crews reporting the fire early this morning with these photos right here of the blaze raging in the Hillcourt home here. We're going to keep you updated as we learn more about the condition of that firefighter. We also have an update to the other breaking news, the fully engulfed row home fire in Baltimore City. Baltimore City Councilman Zeke Cohen just posting to X, writing an 8-year-old died at the hospital. 2 other victims are in critical condition. Cohen writing the other 2 victims are ages 13 and 22.
Developing this morning, City Council members are demanding answers about how Safe Streets workers are hired.
Those questions have been central to Fox 45 News' years-long investigation into the Safe Streets program.
This is funded by taxpayer dollars, and so therefore, if there's questions about the program, they should be answering it, even if that money is going through a third party.
There's been some troubling events that have been brought up.
Baltimore City Council members say taxpayers deserve to have their questions answered, especially in light of some of the recent criminal activity playing out inside Safe Streets.
They are now pushing for more transparency with an oversight hearing that is set for next week.
I think what's just important is really getting down to nitty-gritty and some answers and details that the council has not been able to receive in the past, and that's the point of us calling this hearing. If they are going against the distrust of our community members, then that's completely unacceptable.
It's funded by taxpayer dollars, and so therefore, if there's questions about the program, they should be answering it, even if that money is going through a third party.
They want Monzi to clearly answer questions from council members, and these calls for transparency are coming amid Fox 45's coverage of criminal activity playing out inside some Safe Street sites, including when we uncovered new ties between Safe Streets and the notorious Black Guerrilla family gang in January. Unsealed court documents even linking one of the sites to an attempted murder hit. All of this after the FBI raided the Bel Air Edison site in October over possible gang affiliation. That's according to sources close to the probe.
Fox 45 News has found Safe Streets workers with gang ties, and those aren't the only workers that we have found who have committed crimes while working for the program.
Starting with Vernon Harper. He pleaded guilty to federal drug charges. Prosecutors said he had been dealing drugs in that same Safe Streets zone where he worked. His work with Safe Streets was revealed through details in the indictment. The city did not disclose that information. And then Ronald Alexander was sentenced to more than 11 years in prison for distributing drugs in Baltimore. Prosecutors say he used his position in the program to try to stop investigators from tracking him.
Gardner Carter pleaded guilty last May to charges stemming from a fatal crash in 2020. Fox 45 News obtained an email from then Monzi Director Shantae Jackson writing that Carter would be released following the assistance and support of Mayor Scott and Monzi. The mayor's office later told us that email was referring to emotional support. Ronald Brady Jr. was accused of killing Demond Scroggins in September of 2019, and that case went to trial in 2022 but ended in a hung jury. Brady was acquitted last year. The victim's family is highly critical of the Safe Streets program.
Oh, yes. Yes. My belief is that our city government is financing a criminal enterprise. I believe that within my heart.
There are people with ill will involved. There are people who are operating under the disguise that they are trying to reform in some way. And I'm so sorry to the people who are involved with good intentions, because you're involved with a program that has no intention on doing what it says that it's trying to do.
For our full coverage of the Safe Streets program, you can head to foxbaltimore.com.
Lawmakers in Annapolis are holding a hearing on the Pavel-Lapierre Legacy of Innovation Act, how the bill will help student entrepreneurs.
And the Baltimore City Council votes to advance bills related to the Harbor Place redevelopment, what those proposals include.
Most of us have slid into the 40s this morning. We're talking about milder numbers today, but the rain and wind that's picking up as well. We'll track that next weather maker coming up.
.09, and it's time to get a check of our forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with that for us.
Yep, we're talking about the wind and the rain that's going to pick up as we head later into today, and then the stronger wind and rain that will be on the way for us for tomorrow as well. This is a live look here from Towson. We have the sun that is out there now, and our temperatures will continue to climb statewide. A lot of us are in the 30s, and most of us are in the mid to upper 40s right now, up and down the Chesapeake at this time. So as you head out the door, grab a jacket, grab the sunglasses, and have the umbrella too, because you could run into some rain as we head later into the afternoon and evening. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
Thank you, Justin. Michigan voters are heading to the polls today for the presidential primaries. Who's leading in the polls as of this morning?
And a group of parents are upset after being removed from a Cecil County budget meeting. Ahead, we have more on what they are accusing the council of and how county leaders are responding. 8:10, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
8:13, Baltimore's $500 million Harbor Place revitalization project is one step closer to the ballot. Last night, the City Council advanced 3 bills, including an amendment to the city charter that would even allow the construction. The proposal includes new residential areas and more park space to replace the pavilions on Pratt and Light Street. There will be a final vote next week. Now, if approved, the measure will appear on city ballots this fall.
And they called a recess very quickly with a quick motion. And dismissed everyone. I've never seen anything like that before in my life.
A group of parents in Cecil County say that they are being shut out of school budget talks as school leaders and the county council go back and forth over education funding. They are accused of violating the Open Meetings Act earlier this month, which is a law making sure that government meetings are open to the public.
If it's a public meeting, anyone should be able to have access to go back into the meeting. You can remove the individual that's being disruptive based on the rules that you set forth in the beginning, but you should not be able and allowed to remove everyone.
The parents were there to argue for school funding in the face of sweeping county budget cuts. First, they rallied outside the Cecil County Administration Building. Then they flocked inside to address city council members during their meeting.
Well, things turned when Ryan Wasilewski stood up for public comment. He asked the crowd to cheer and clap, prompting county leaders to call for a recess because they were, quote, out of order. When the break was over, Christine Gibbons, who was at the meeting, says they were told only the people who were still waiting to speak for public comment could come back in.
We want to hold them accountable and make sure that they understand that you cannot do that. People do have their right to have a voice, be heard, and be a part of that democratic process.
In response to the incident, Council Manager David Culver says Cecil County Council is confident that all council and open meeting regulations were followed.
Well, it's 8:15 now, and we need to get another check of our forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers standing by with some changes heading our way.
Yep, 2 weather makers are coming in. We've got a lot of sun that's out there right now, but overall our temperatures are going to keep climbing. This is our live look down 395 Charm City Tanks. Not looking too bad right now, and our temperatures that are basically in the 40s at this hour. We're tracking our next weather maker, starting to see a little bit more action here, especially with this storm system that's in the mid-south. So this is right through central Kentucky up into the Ohio River Valley, Lexington. We saw some storms in Nashville earlier this morning. Now it's moving out toward East Tennessee. But all of this is getting set to head from west to east and more than likely will be impacting us as early as later this afternoon. Now, where we could see some stronger storms, we're already talking about the Storm Prediction Center and the slight risk. That area in yellow, Great Lakes and Midwest, a 2 on a scale of 1 to 5. They could see some damaging wind, some hail, and some tornadic activity. And then tomorrow, that risk does shift a little closer to us, at least clipping parts of the western edge of our state. Back through Charleston, West Virginia. It's going to be windy, it's going to be rainy, and it's going to be mild. All of those things that we're talking about, even warm by tomorrow afternoon. It's going to feel more like a spring-like storm, even though we're still officially in winter. This is our hourly future scan for today. So this is noon. Notice the southerly wind that's really picking up and those clouds that stay with us. And as we get to about 2, 3 o'clock this afternoon, a couple of light scattered showers here and there. We're not talking about a lot of rain through the afternoon. It's really going to be more later on into the evening time when those rain showers start to roll through, especially after about 7, 8, 9 o'clock. This is the latest model run, bringing more of that rain in for Tuesday evening into Wednesday morning. And then as the cold front comes through, we got all of that warm air out ahead of that for tomorrow. Going to be a strong front. And this is what happens this time of year. We're starting to get closer to spring. You get the cold air intersecting with that warm air. You get that uplift in the atmosphere, and that's what brings the potential for some thunderstorms. Now, a couple of rumbles of thunder, probably all we're going to see tomorrow, but it's really the heavy rain and that strong wind, basically as that front passes through. So tomorrow afternoon, probably going to be the heaviest rain. By tomorrow night, this thing is out of here. 9 p.m., we're going to be talking about drier conditions, still windy behind that front, and then colder and blustery, but plenty of sunshine sunshine on Thursday afternoon under that nice ridge of high pressure. And then we'll actually start warming back up as we approach the weekend. So overall, the next 12 hours, those temperatures are going to climb into the mild category. We're going to see the low to mid 60s through the later part of the day today, and high temperatures that are well above average. Typically upper 40s is where we are this time of year. Upper 50s and low to mid 60s across central Maryland is where we're going to end up. Look at that, 71 tomorrow, but a big drop off on Thursday before we're back to the mid 50s Friday, and then even some 60s return as we head toward the weekend. So our 7-day forecast, we'll have another chance for some rain, possibly late Friday night into early Saturday. Overall, it's not going to be a washout for the weekend. Most of Saturday afternoon and into Sunday does stay dry, and then another chance for some rain early next week. But this is the first weekend of March, and temps not looking too bad.
All right, Justin, thank you. We've got your Lynn Stoller traffic network now. There is a report of a severe crash on US 50 westbound. This is at exit 27 in Annapolis on Ritchie Highway. The two left lanes are blocked. There are multiple emergency vehicles on the scene there. As you take a live look at that scene, you can see traffic just bumper to bumper all the way back to Baydale Drive and Ferguson Road there. Right now, it's unclear the cause of this crash, but certainly something you want to avoid here this morning. And check this out. We got a dump truck flipped over in Frederick, Maryland 75 here, taking a live look from an aerial shot here. Actually, these are some of the photos coming in. Both lanes currently closed. No reports of injuries at this time, but it looks like that could be a moment before they get that flipped and cleaned up. Making headlines now, the Biden administration is announcing expedited steps to get more veterans enrolled in VA health care.
Starting March 5th, all veterans exposed to toxins and other hazards will be able to enroll directly, eliminating the need to apply for VA benefits first. It's all part of the PACT Act, which President Biden signed into law in 2022. But this announcement speeds up the eligibility process for some veterans by as much as 8 years, especially those who serve domestically.
But we're doing more to make sure that those who maybe didn't deploy and were still exposed to toxic substances or hazards, particularly during training or on active duty here at home, they would also now be eligible for that life-saving world-class health care.
Well, Tanya Alian says thanks to the resources provided in the PACT Act, the system should be able to handle the influx. They are expecting around 100,000 more veterans to apply over the next 10 years, and they say the majority of deployed service members are already enrolled.
Coming up, a local engineering firm is celebrating its 50th anniversary with a new scholarship. Stay with us until the end of the hour for more on this exciting opportunity.
The CIAA tournament's in town, but it's more than just basketball. You know, we got some good food. We'll tell you about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
while the players are working up a sweat, burning calories, you know, we're eating, we're consuming.
We always are.
We're
Mark
taking it
Clark,
in.
live at the convention center with the foodie scene that's going on during the CIAA tournament. Mark, good morning.
That's right. Did you say food? Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, Chino the blue-bearded foodie is here. Wait a minute. You said food and just like pow, he popped up.
Out of nowhere.
And wait a minute, and then this is Amanda McElroy. We'll get to Amanda though. We'll get to Amanda. The Bluebeard, go ahead first now. Tell us about Borch.
So listen, it is Baltimore-owned Restaurant Tour Week, highlighting all of the fabulous Black-owned restaurants that we have in our city. CIAA, when you think of it, you used to think just basketball.
Yes.
Now we're thinking community, all about community. Restaurants, relationships, and partnerships. So we're moving the footprint a little bit beyond CFG Arena, stretching it over to Pigtown, taking it to the top of Mount Vernon.
Okay.
But making a way to emphasize on our thriving and flourishing Black community.
And so we have, speaking of restaurants and thriving community, Amanda Mack. I'm looking down here, Amanda. My goodness, I can smell them.
Smell it.
Okay, so what do we have here? What do we
Okay.
have here? Looks like some traditions here, right?
Okay, so these are our brunch biscuits, okay? Our buttermilk biscuits are world famous. We've actually been baking these for the Ravens for the past 3 years.
What?
These are our brunch biscuits. We have our Chesapeake Bay biscuit right here. It is a Maryland blue crab Old Bay Alfredo with pan-seared shrimp. We also have our berry biscuit here, which is a shortbread biscuit, our berry compote that we make in-house, as well as our whipped cream that we make in-house.
My goodness. And so
Yes.
how can our viewers find you?
So we are at Harvard Place. We are a part of the Bort Tour. I'm very excited. We're hosting, our stop is on Saturday. We'll be having brunch.
And the name again, what's the name of
The
your...
name is Crust by Mac.
Crust by Mac. And you're Mac.
And I am Amanda Mac.
So we have Amanda Mack and we have Bluebeard. Oh my goodness, at the CIAA. Now, are these biscuits look like they're vegan? Are these vegan biscuits?
Actually, these biscuits are gluten-free.
They are gluten-free, but there might be some butter.
There's lots of butter.
Let me tell you something. Oh, I'm eating one of these biscuits. I'm gonna eat one of these biscuits, vegan or not.
Looks vegan to me,
They're
Mark.
going down, Patrice.
Looks vegan to me.
I
go
like
for
Mark's
it.
vegan diet. Anything goes in this one.
All right, well, if you want more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
How do you pass up this business?
You don't. That's the answer. Coming up, rain and wind rolling into our region. Still ahead, the scattered showers this afternoon, and then the downpours expected tomorrow.
And an early morning fire ravages a home in Harford County this morning. After the break, we have an update on the damage from our crew there on the scene. It's 8:26. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Tuesday, February 27th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it feels like maybe a May or an April 27th. You know, it's like a little bit warmer, especially after yesterday when you had bugs out. I'm spraying the house because there's bugs all of a sudden now coming around. Yeah.
Then it got cold overnight. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has the warm up and the other thing coming into our area.
Yeah, we have to deal with rain and wind later this afternoon, and especially tomorrow, as we're going to have a pretty strong weather system moving through here. We'll be back to the 60s again for the afternoon today, so those mild temperatures here, but the wind is going to pick up later today, and so are those showers rolling in as well. This is our Towson cam right now. Lots of sunshine at this time. Temps are actually warmer this morning than yesterday, so low to mid 40s right now as you step out, maybe just a light jacket. 45 in Dundalk, 44 in Baltimore City. On your out and about cast, we'll see those 50s here as we get through 10 a.m., upper 50s through noon, and even in the low to mid 60s as we take you into the day today. We're actually going to get to the 60s and some lower 70s for tomorrow, but it comes with a lot of wind and a lot of rain, and then we're quite a bit colder on Thursday, back to the upper 40s. Back with your full forecast coming up in a few.
Well, now let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. Yeah, you see this right here. Reports of an incident, and this is on the Francis Scott Key Bridge. You can see the slowdown there. They're showing a major slowdown in the region, so we're not sure exactly why, but there's just some accident, but there's no real information that is being provided, so just be mindful if you're heading that way on your morning commute.
We have some breaking news this morning. An early morning fire claims the life of a child.
Yeah, Shannon Lilly has been on the scene for a few hours now and has the latest for us. Shannon?
Yeah, and right now, Tom and Megan, we are truly seeing the impact of this fire. It left an 8-year-old boy dead, 2 others in critical condition, and nearly 20 people without a home. In fact, just behind me, you can see the Red Cross is here, and they are working to help people and families who are now without a home. You can also see BGE crews that are now on scene, and we're hearing that they're cutting off a gas line right now as a result of the fire and what happened here. Meanwhile, earlier we were getting a closer look at the damage, and I mean, from what you can even see here, it is devastating. We got closer up, and you could just see mangled remains of things that were once inside the home, a pile of stuff that was inside the home, even what looked to be a shoe that I could see in that pile. So just truly devastating to see it up close. And this home is where firefighters pulled 3 unconscious people from the home. Again, we are learning one of them, an 8-year-old boy, has died. The 13-year-old girl and 22-year-old man are in critical condition as far as we know. Earlier, we heard from Councilman Zeke Cohen, who oversees this district, and he was reacting to the news. Take a listen.
This is what Highlandtown does, is we rally around each other, but again, my heart is really broken for this family, and just speaking as a father with 2 young kids myself, there is literally nothing worse that I could think of than what occurred last night into this morning.
Were there smoke detectors in the home?
We don't know yet. We do not know yet. That'll be part of the investigation. Our investigators have been on scene. They've been here for a while. However, they assemble, they too are methodical. There's there's picture taking, they literally go inch by inch in these rooms and attempt to determine. So that's a very slow but precise process.
So again, Chief Wallace says they are still investigating the fire and what caused it. Right now, again, we're seeing the Red Cross out here, BGE cutting off a gas line. And meanwhile, Lombard Street, you can see that it is now back open, but just looking at the amount of traffic and it's kind of clogged up, you still may want to avoid this area if you can. Reporting live in Highlandtown, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, thank you, Shannon. Now to a live look here from a scene in Havre de Grace after a fire burned through this Harford County home. It started around 2 a.m. In fact, the wife was up watching TV when she saw flickering in the other room, and they believe the family, this is all according to the family that owns the home, say they believe they happened from a space heater. Our crew there getting the information from that family directly in the sunroom of the home. Everyone was able to make it out all right, but still, there was a firefighter that was injured, and he was transported to Hopkins Bayview. Still no word on his condition or her condition or his condition because of that fire at Hillcourt Home. Again, this is in Havre de Grace. Crews reported the fire early this morning. In fact, you can see some of the photos coming out of the back of the house right there when they arrived. We'll keep you updated as soon as we learn more about the condition of that firefighter.
In your session 2024 coverage now, today lawmakers will hold a hearing on a bill named after Pava Marie LePere. She's the Baltimore tech CEO that was killed in her apartment building last fall.
We expect at least one of LePere's parents to be speaking at the hearing today. And they're fighting for two different bills to be passed in their daughter's name.
Let's take a look at the one that is up for a hearing today. Senate Bill 473, or the Pava LePere Legacy of Innovation Act. It focuses on providing startup grants to student entrepreneurs. LePere's parents are also pushing for another bill right now, making its way through the House, known as the Pava Marie LePere Act. And that bill would end early release options for people convicted of a sex offense. In January, the LePere family stood with City State's Attorney Ivan Bates to unveil the legislation.
All of our extended families are victims. The employees of EcoMap Technologies, Pava's friends and co-workers, and other members of the Baltimore tech community ecosystem are victims. The entire city of Baltimore was held hostage, and as a result is also a victim.
One example, one time is one time too many. We want to make sure that we put laws in place that will keep all the citizens protected.
Well, both of the bills aim to make changes in Pava LePere's name. Today, hearings are set for one this afternoon right in the Senate. Some lawmakers are pushing for a way to give children who are stuck in failing or dangerous schools a way out.
The Right to Learn Act would give students the chance to transfer out of a failing school. The bill classifies a failing school as one that has received a one-star rating for 3 consecutive school years. Critics say the bill could lead to overcrowding and doesn't give schools time to improve, but supporters argue those schools have been given enough time already.
Maryland spends and has been spending for more than 20 years a record amount of money on public education. And we redistribute money from the wealthy suburbs to those areas where, the schools are having issues. And that is an incredibly important thing to consider. So after 3 years, we're really not even talking about just the 3 years of one-star school. These same schools have had issues for a couple of decades. And so enough already.
Well, the push comes as public city schools continue to miss performance standards. State test results last year found 13 Baltimore City public high schools had 0 students who tested proficient in math.
We are taking you live now to Detroit, Michigan, where presidential primary polls are open throughout the state of Michigan until 8 o'clock tonight. Michigan will award only 16 of 55 delegates based on the results of today's primary. The rest will be allotted at its convention. It's happening this weekend, Saturday, March 2nd. Both are expected to be a Trump win by a landslide for the GOP. In fact, take a look at this. The current delegate count here right now, Donald Trump currently has 110, while Nikki Haley has 20. The eventual Republican nominee will need to win 1,215 delegates to clinch the party's stamp of approval. Haley, fresh off her latest loss to the former president in her home state of South Carolina, and she is facing an uphill battle. Polls in all of the states that she is expected to visit this week indicating she is lagging far behind the former president. Now check this out. The latest Emerson College poll of a potential 2024 presidential matchup between both parties' frontrunners now shows 46% of Michigan voters support former President Trump, 44% say they support current President Joe Biden, 10% undecided. Between early voting and absentee voting, we are told hundreds of thousands of Michigan residents there already cast their ballots before today. We'll keep you posted right here from our live center as those results come in tonight.
City Council demanding answers about the Safe Streets program, why they want the mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or MONSE, to be transparent about who gets hired into the program.
And a cold start this morning, but temperatures are rising into the 60s. Just ahead, meteorologist Justin Chambers has more on when the rain moves in as well. It's 8:38. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. (8:41) and time to get a check of our forecast.
Yeah, meteorologist Justin Chambers here with the rain and the warmth.
Exactly right. And that's what we're looking at right now. Right down 395 Charm City Tanks. Sun is out there. Clouds are around. Definitely can feel that moisture in the air. So as you head out, light jacket this morning. Have the sunglasses for the first half of the day, but make sure to have that umbrella especially handy for later this afternoon and evening. And then we'll have more of those showers that are coming in for tomorrow, the rain and the wind as well. 64 today, upper 50s tonight. We're actually going to get to the lower 70s tomorrow. It'll be very mild, even warm, but again, a lot of wind and rain that we have to contend with. We'll break down that next weather maker for you coming up.
Thank you, Justin. Well, also coming up, the Odysseus, moonlanders will stop sending communications today. And we have more on why the device is powering down and what it means for NASA.
And there are still a few days left in Black History Month, and to celebrate the month along with their 50th birthday, this Baltimore engineering firm has a new scholarship. We're going to be talking with a prominent founder on what the scholarship entails and if you qualify. 8:42 now, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Celebrating half a century in business, empowering Black engineers, and developing a new scholarship to forward the next generation. Principal, President, and Chairman of the Board of DeLon Hampton and Associates, Mamo Asefa, is joining us this morning with details on this major milestone. Congratulations, 50 years. That doesn't come easily. Some work goes behind that.
Yep.
A lot of work.
Thank you, Megan. Yes, we did. 50 years. I've been at the firm for over 24 years.
24 years.
Yeah,
and tell
and
everyone what it is that you guys do.
Okay, yeah. DeLon Hampton is a civil and structural engineering, program management consulting firm. We've been in the business for about 50 years. We started in 1973. Dr. Hampton started it at the time where there were no Black-owned consulting firm.
Which is incredible.
Yeah, and his sole purpose was to establish a firm, world-class engineering firm.
And
now we've done a lot of work in that period of time. There hasn't been a project that we haven't done in the DMV area that we can't say.
A lot of people might say, man, we've done 50 years of business. We've done amazing things. We've employed those who might not have had opportunity. Let's call it.
Yes.
You guys are pushing forward and giving
years.
opportunity for the next generation to make sure that they have that same opportunity.
Exactly. And that's talking about that. Now I'm fostering the next generation, and in doing that, on our 50th anniversary, we celebrated on February 1st, first day of Black History Month. We announced a DHA scholarship for young African Americans that want to pursue STEM program.
So how does it work? Who is eligible for this, and is the scholarship for college?
For college, and we're going to support them for 4 years for the whole.
Oh my goodness!
Given the
4 years.
For the 4 years.
Mamo, I think everyone's mouth just dropped. 4 years of college.
Yeah.
All right. So how do folks apply?
Right now, we're setting it up. It's going to open up in May. It's going to be on our website, and on our website they will be directed to the scholarship portal where they can apply. I mean, there is criteria of what they need to comply, grades, and they have to do essays and all that. But still, it's going to be competitive. It's going to be available, I'd say, May.
I was going to say, when are you going to announce the winner?
The winner we intend to have galas whenever we award yearly scholarships, and we're going to announce it on the website, the winners, and then we're going to have a gathering to recognize them. Yeah.
Unbelievable to celebrate a pretty big milestone, giving someone else a pretty amazing opportunity.
Exactly.
Mamo, it's really nice to meet you. Congratulations on your success, and I'm excited to see what it does for the next generation.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank you for giving me the time to talk about DHA.
Yeah. All right, well, we do want to get to our resident engineering expert, meteorologist Justin Chambers. Producers wrote that, Justin.
Looking at the forecast here, and what we're seeing is some sun that's out there now, and temperatures that are going to be milder as we head toward the afternoon once again. We're already at 44, so about 5 degrees shy of our average high for this time of year. So we're getting those temperatures to be more mild over the next couple of hours. Tracking our next weather maker, you can see that line of showers. Look at those thunderstorms that have really developed here north of Lexington up into Columbus, all the way up toward Detroit. Lots of those lightning showers and lightning strikes that we're seeing along this line of activity that is taking place just to the west of us. So as we get into the afternoon and evening, we have that potential for some severe weather in the Great Lakes and the Midwest. And then tomorrow, that threat is going to shift a little bit closer to us, still to the west over in Charleston, West Virginia, and in parts of western Maryland. But for today, on our hourly future scan, you'll see that southerly wind pick up. Those clouds are going to increase as we head later into the day today. A couple of scattered showers here, especially as we get later into the afternoon. Really, Tuesday night is when that rain is going to roll through, at least more of the kind of light to moderate rain, especially after a lot of us are already home. But again, may run into a shower or two by the time we get into the afternoon and evening time. This is all ahead of our next bigger weather maker, and that's that cold front. Got all of that warm air and milder air, 60s and 70s tomorrow ahead of that colder air. And then basically that comes in, it's going to really pick up our wind. We're talking about wind shear as well for tomorrow afternoon, and some moderate to heavy rain up and down the 95 corridor. That's going to be continuing through most of tomorrow afternoon, maybe even a couple of thunderstorms too. That all pushes out of here Wednesday night, and behind that will be drier and quite a bit colder, but lots of sunshine as we get into your Thursday and into the weekend as well. In terms of rainfall totals, most of these numbers are above an inch. So between this afternoon, evening, and most of tomorrow, we're going to pick up a good soaking rain rain here. No flood watches or advisories right now, but again, just know it's going to be a pretty good amount of rain eastern shore across the Chesapeake and up and down the 95 corridor for tomorrow, or today and tomorrow. 60s here through the region for the day today. Low to mid and upper 60s, 70s tomorrow, but back to the upper 40s Thursday. And then notice those numbers do come back up and trending above average again as we head into the weekend. So basically an active couple of, I'd say 24 to 36 hours here. By Thursday morning, it'll be quieter. And then Friday and Saturday, not looking too bad. Another round of showers late Friday into Saturday that will bring some more rain to the region before we're a little bit drier by the second half of the weekend.
Well, making our headlines this morning, a lot of major developments in the final frontier as the first Odysseus moon lander is expected to stop communicating with Earth after having a hard landing Friday. Intuitive Machines says it intended to collect data until the lander's solar panels were no longer exposed to light, and they believe that will happen sometime today, which is earlier than what was expected. It's not clear yet how this will affect the number of images and information Odysseus will be sending to Earth.
Interesting. Next, the FAA closes its investigation alongside SpaceX into its second Starship flight mishap, and this comes as the company applies for a license to launch the rocket again. The FAA says the SpaceX must implement all 17 actions it identified from the November launch when the rocket had to be intentionally destroyed. The company expects to be ready for a third test flight in mid-March.
Well, some good news from space. Japan says its moon sniper robot, Explorer, has survived a freezing lunar night and maintained communication for more than a month after it was able to touch down. The device actually touched the surface in January, but then ran into complications with its solar cells and had to rely on its battery. The robot returned life at the end of the month, but went down again after severe temperatures that Japan's space agency did not expect it to survive. Good news, it did. Despite their doubts, Robot Explorer came online once again and will resume operation after a short rest.
And NASA releasing photos of two strong solar flares that happened last week. This image is from the agency's Solar Dynamics Observatory. It uses extreme ultraviolet light to make the flares visible. NASA says one flare peaked Wednesday evening and the other peaked shortly after midnight Thursday.
A lot of people were saying that's the reason why AT&T cell phones went down, that second one. Yeah.
Right.
Not true, apparently. Well, coming up, a new play that is highlighting mental health in the Black community. Stay tuned for a live performance, a monologue from the theatrical event.
Plus, the U.S. government may block the largest supermarket merger in American history. Ahead, we have more on the proposed merger and what the federal government is taking issue with.
You know, it's a Tuesday morning, and it's always a little bit longer to get ready to go. And while that merger we were just talking about might get blocked, I know one that certainly will not.
What's that?
Well, that's me and this cup of coffee right here. It's time to join us for a coffee break. Dad jokes all around.
Topping your morning business report, the U.S. government is trying to block the largest supermarket merger in American history. In 2022, Kroger and Albertsons announced that they were merging in a $25 billion deal. The FTC is now suing, claiming the deal would eliminate competition in the grocery industry and lead to higher prices for consumers. Together, Kroger and Albertsons own dozens of other chains. The companies argue the merger will help them compete against non-union giants like Walmart, Amazon, and Costco.
Well, meanwhile, Family Dollar will have to pay up after pleading guilty to storing products in a rat-infested warehouse in Arkansas. The Department of Justice announcing that Family Dollar has agreed to pay nearly $42 million in penalties. According to the DOJ, the company was holding food, cosmetics, and medical devices under insanitary conditions. Now, the agency adds the company admitted to shipping products from the affected facility to more than 400 stores. The Department of Justice also says the plea deal requires both chains to meet, quote, robust corporate compliance and reporting requirements for the next 3 years.
Now it's time for today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Noki.
There is nothing more frustrating than when you want to take a photo and your phone says storage full. Oh, and it always happens at the most inconvenient times. I was just at my godson's wedding and I took hundreds of photos. If I had had the Click Free Pro, I would have loaded them onto this and gifted him one of these as a keepsake of his special day. And the Click Free Pro can store thousands of photos and videos while fitting easily in your hand. You know, other storage options they're bulky, they're expensive, and sometimes you need other accessories to work with different devices. Well, this has a port. Look at this. Look how easily that went in for each device. So you can use it with your laptop or your tablet. It's light and it's a great deal. The Click Free app, this is really cool, allows you to scan old photos so they don't sit on a shelf or a box anymore. And also, this is really cool. I love this little carrying case. It's cute. They come in lots of different colors, just perfect. Right now, we are offering 50% off. Did you hear what I said? Get this, 50% off on the Click Free Pro. So I want you to head over to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer. And believe me, these are going to go very, very quickly.
A total of 3 males. All were out of the window, came out the window. One had to get performed CPR. So when I saw that, I got traumatized.
An early morning fire turns deadly in East Baltimore. Just ahead this morning, we take you live to the scene as investigators work to determine what caused it.
If there's questions about the program, they should be answering it.
Concerns over vetting of the Safe Streets employees, the questions taxpayers are pushing to get answered.
Well, our temperatures are going to be mild once again today, but we're tracking wind and rain as we get into the next few days. We'll break it down for you coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning on this Tuesday, February 27th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. We've got some warm temperatures here, but a little rain coming our way.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with that forecast.
Yeah, very dynamic storm system setting up here where we're going to have some active weather between now and basically tomorrow afternoon. Now, the next few hours should be good to go, although we will see more of that wind pick up later this afternoon. So it looks nice and calm now, and our temperatures are actually close to where we are for our afternoon highs this time of year. A lot of us in the upper 40s. Look at those low to mid 50s for you in Annapolis and Stevensville right now, 55 in Easton. So definitely already seeing some of that mild air in place. Temps are going to stay in the 50s for the next couple of hours and into upper 50s by noontime, and on our way to the low and mid 60s for your highs today. But again, it comes with breezy conditions and a few of those showers as well. We'll take a closer look at what we can expect for tomorrow coming up.
All right. Thank you, Justin. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network here, the main roadways looking clear. We've got volume on some of them, but especially on 695 there as you take a look at the top right there. We are also getting reports of a vehicle fire on 95 near Volmer-Hassan Road. We don't have a camera in that area, but we're getting word the right shoulder is currently closed. Just something else to keep in mind. Breaking here this morning, a fire that broke out in Harford County.
Tom Rogers is in our live center with what we know about that fire. Tom.
Yeah, in fact, we want to take you live to the scene right now if we can. Our team has been on the scene and hearing directly from the homeowners who say they all were able to make it out okay. This is in Harford Grace. Here's a live shot from it. You can see the destruction from the back of the house. And everyone was okay. They say the fire started around 2 this morning from a space heater in their sunroom of the house. And that's what our photographer is zooming in on right there. The wife was actually awake at the time. She was just up watching TV when she saw flickering in the other room. She was able to get everyone out, but the home is basically gutted due to that fire. Volunteer firefighters from Susquehanna Hose and other companies, they were at the house in the fire on Hill Court in Harford Grace, and they say one of their firefighters has been transported to Hopkins Bayview. Still waiting to hear what maybe that firefighter's condition at the time, but the homeowner says by the time he was able to come downstairs after his wife woke him up, the smoke was so thick you couldn't even see that the light was on in the room. He says he works at Anne Arundel Community College and has owned that home since 1998 and was just thankful for that his family was able to out. In fact, taking a look at some of these photos, there we go. You can see where it was coming from. The back of that house we just showed you live there, and it completely went across the whole top of the roof line there. He says they're still waiting to hear about the firefighters' condition, as we all are right now. In fact, you can still see what's left over, and if we could take you back out there live real quick to show you exactly what's left over. All right, well, maybe we'll go to Shannon. Yeah, here you go. That's the back of that house in Harford Grace, and just a family that is lucky to be out okay and still praying for the firefighter. That's the latest from our live center. Megan Patrice.
All right, Tom, thank you. We have more breaking news this morning. An investigation underway into an early morning fire in southeast Baltimore as well.
Shannon Lilly is joining us from Lombard Street, right near South Highland Avenue, with what happened there this morning. And Shannon, unfortunately, we know that this was deadly.
Yeah, absolutely, Patrice and Megan. And right now we are seeing the devastation from this fire and the impact that it had. We already know it left an 8-year-old boy dead, 2 others in critical condition, and now more than 20, or close to 20 people rather, without a home or without a temporary home, at least for now. You can see right now that BGE crews are out here, and what they're doing, we're told, is they are cutting off the gas line. So they're digging into the roadway here, and they've been out here for at least about 30 minutes working on this. We also know that the Red Cross, they've been out here as well, assisting all of these families that are now in need of help. And we are also, with the sun up here and being able to be closer, just getting a closer look at the damage. It is absolutely devastating. I mean, you can see there, even just the mangled recycling bin that's outside of this home wasn't even inside the home. And then just piles of rubble from what was inside the home. I saw what looked to be a shoe in that rubble. So just truly heartbreaking. We know that this home is where firefighters pulled the 3 unconscious people from the home, and we're learning again that one of them, the 8-year-old, did pass away from his injuries at the hospital. There's a 13-year-old girl and 22-year-old man that were also rescued. They are now in critical condition. Now, we spoke with a woman, a neighbor who lives just 2 doors down, and she explains what she witnessed early this morning. Take a listen.
They had a stretcher with one of the small people, and they were pressing their chest. We can rebuild houses, but you can't get lives back. So I'm glad I'm alive, but I know that they're hurting.
That's certainly the truth. That woman you just heard from, she is one of the many who are now displaced after this fire. We also know that the fighters continue to investigate the cause of this fire. Chief Wallace hasn't given a cause yet and says that investigation is still ongoing, so we'll certainly keep you posted on that. In the meantime, East Lombard Street is back open, but we've seen a lot of traffic, obviously a lot going on this roadway, and so you want to just try to avoid this area if you can. Reporting live in Highlandtown, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Developing this morning, city council members are demanding answers about how Safe Streets workers are hired.
Those questions have been central to Fox 45 News' years-long investigation into the Safe Streets program.
This is funded by taxpayer dollars, and so therefore, if there's questions about the program, they should be answering it, even if that money is going through a third party.
There's been some troubling events that have been brought up.
Baltimore City Council members say taxpayers deserve to have their questions answered, especially in light of some of the recent criminal activity playing out inside Safe Streets.
They are now pushing for more transparency with an oversight hearing set for next week.
The committee will conduct a legislative oversight hearing on the hiring practices of the Safe Streets program. We've been asking questions for quite some time. There hasn't been a lot of answers.
I expect that at the hearing for Monty to come in and literally lay out or have their partners lay out, again, the hiring process, the vetting process, how are they ensuring that, one, the workers are getting what they need, and two, that the workers are doing and performing the work that's required.
Well, they want Monty to clearly answer questions from council members, and these calls for transparency come amid Fox 45's relentless coverage of criminal activity playing out inside some Safe Streets sites, including when we uncovered new ties between Safe Streets and the notorious Black Guerrilla family gang in January. Unsealed court documents link one of the sites to an attempted murder hit. All of this comes after the FBI raided the Bel Air Edison site in October. Safe Streets remains a program with inclusive effectiveness and transparency concerns, but is still at the center of Mayor Brandon Scott's crime-fighting strategy. We expect to get more answers at the oversight hearing scheduled for Thursday night, March 7th. Fox 45 News has found Safe Streets workers with gang ties, and those aren't the only workers that we found to have committed crimes while working for the program.
Starting with Vernon Harper, he pled guilty to federal drug charges. Prosecutors say he had been dealing drugs in the same Safe Streets zone where he worked. His work with Safe Streets was revealed through details in the indictment. The city did not disclose that information. Then there's Ronald Alexander, who was sentenced to more than 11 years in prison for distributing drugs in Baltimore. Prosecutors say he used his position in the program to try to stop investigators from tracking him.
Gardner Carter pleaded guilty last May to charges stemming from a fatal crash in 2020. Fox 45 News obtained an email from then Monzi director Shantae Jackson writing Carter would be released following the assistance and support of Mayor Brandon Scott and Monzi. The mayor's office later told us that email was referring to emotional support. Ronald Brady Jr. was accused of killing Damon Scroggins in September of 2019. The case went to trial in 2022, but it ended in a hung jury. Brady was acquitted last year. The victim's family is highly critical of the Safe Streets program.
Oh, yes. Yes. My belief is that our city government is financing a criminal enterprise. I believe that within my heart.
There are people with ill will involved. There are people who are operating under the disguise that they are trying to reform in some way. And I'm so sorry to the people who are involved with good intentions, because you're involved with a program that has no intention on doing what it says that it's trying to do.
Let's get one more check now of your forecast.
We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers taking a look at rain coming later today and then even a lot more tomorrow.
Yeah, rain and wind, too. That's what we're going to have to be talking about. Even though we've got these nice mild conditions, it will almost be like a spring-ish storm, even though we still have winter and still have a little bit left to go with winter. If you do want to get out for a run or a jog next couple of hours, we'll see those temperatures slide into the 50s. Maybe we want to get that in before some of the rain and wind picks up a little bit later on this afternoon. And temps that will top out in the low to mid 60s, so it will be breezy and mild. However, we're dealing with a few showers later today and a lot of rain on the way for us for tomorrow. Break that down for you coming up in my full Weather Authority forecast in just a few minutes.
All right, taking a look now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network, and we are hearing reports of a vehicle fire on 95 near Volmarhausen Road. The right shoulder currently closed. You see the congestion in that area. So if this is your typical route, you might want to give yourself extra time or find an alternate.
Remember, whether you are looking for the forecast, traffic updates, or the biggest stories in Baltimore, you can watch Fox 45 News for free anytime on Amazon Fire TV or Samsung TV Plus. The family of slain Baltimore Tech CEO is now pushing for change in her honor. Still ahead this morning, the changes that could help student entrepreneurs.
And President Biden is planning a trip to the southern border. This morning, how the Border Patrol Union is responding. 9/11, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Developing news, President Biden has called all 4 congressional leaders to the White House today for a meeting as the deadline to avoid a government shutdown inches closer.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us live from Capitol Hill with the latest. A lot of work to be done, Kayla.
Good morning. Have deteriorated. Biden calling all 4 congressional leaders from both parties to the White House today to see if they can hammer out a deal. And things especially got bad after Speaker Johnson and Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer did not come to an agreement coming out of this weekend. The deadline is fast approaching. The government will shut down this Friday at midnight if an agreement is not reached. That will be just a partial shutdown. About 20% of the government then won't be funded, which means some federal workers will miss paychecks. They have until March 8th to fund the rest of the government. But this deal is becoming increasingly hard to reach as Democrats and Republicans don't agree on spending levels. Republicans really want to see some big spending cuts as well as policy changes on the border. Some on the Freedom Caucus even indicating they are more than willing to let the government shut down to pressure these changes to be made.
Wow, and it'll be interesting to see what happens, Kayla. We know President Biden is planning a trip to the southern border, but if the government shuts down, would this still happen? What are you hearing?
Well, right now, President Biden is still set to head to the border. He'll actually head this Thursday, and that's being met with some pretty critical responses. Border Patrol is very cynical of it, seeing it as a ploy for Biden to save his presidency. And that's because what they say is it appears Biden has put immigration issues on the back burner for most of his presidency. This is only his second trip to the border since he's been in the White House. The border union did release a statement that says in part, quote, even if he were to put the proper policies in place, Texas at this late hour, he'd be doing it only to try to save his presidency. And self-serving actions when time is winding down should always give Americans pause. Common sense dictates that as a lame duck, he'd revert to his open border policies if reelected. Now, Biden is also getting criticized because this trip to the southern border was announced after it was reported Donald Trump is planning his own trip to the border. The two will actually be in Texas at the same time this week, although in different locations. Biden will be in Brownsville and Donald Trump is visiting Eagle Pass. But this really underscores how serious immigration issues will be in November when voters head to the ballot box. The border crisis will for sure be on many people's minds.
All right, Kayla Gaskins live at a busy Capitol Hill there. Thank you.
9:16, and it is time to get a check of our forecast now.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking rain and wind coming our way.
Yep, exactly right, ladies. It's going to be a little bit later this afternoon that wind is going to pick up. Right now, pretty calm conditions, and actually for the next few hours, not going to be too bad. Those temperatures will keep climbing, so if you want to get stuff done outdoors or just be out and about, you're going to be good to go. It's later this afternoon and evening where you could run into some showers for your commute home. We're already at the upper 40s. This is close to our average high that we see this time of year. That's a 30-year average for February 27th. So we're going to be well above that later today. Now, really starting to get a lot of action. I've been watching this all morning long, and these showers and thunderstorms have developed from the Mid-South up into the Ohio River Valley. So it's getting a little bit closer to us, at least the leading edge of this first weather maker that's going to bring some more activity. You're already seeing a couple of those thunderstorms south of Pittsburgh into parts of West Virginia. So I don't believe this is going to completely hold up and be all storms here, but either way, we're getting into more of an active weather pattern. And this is from the Storm Prediction Center. Notice those areas in yellow, that slight risk for severe weather, 2 on a scale of 1 to 5. So we could see damaging wind, hail, and even some tornadoes there in that part of the country. Tomorrow, the risk is going to get a little closer to us. Those areas in green there, a marginal risk, Charleston, West Virginia, even into parts of Garrett County will be affected. And that's going to be that dynamic weather pattern that we're talking about here. So our hourly future scan, notice this is through noon. We're still dry. We have that strong southerly jet that's going to bring in more of those milder conditions. After about 2, 3 o'clock is when we expect to see that line of showers sort of move through. And this is going to be now 3 o'clock this afternoon. This is an updated weather model. So this updates every hour. And now it's coming into better agreement that we will have some showers by the time you get the kids from school this afternoon and into your evening commute. And then a few more showers late tonight into early tomorrow morning. Overall, really tomorrow's going to be the heavier rain, basically as that strong cold front runs into all of this warm air coming up from the Gulf of Mexico. You can see all the red lines right there. So we're going to see temps tomorrow slide into the upper 60s, possibly even lower 70s before this cold front comes through and dumps a bunch of rain in that 3 and 4 o'clock hour for tomorrow afternoon, maybe even a rumble of thunder or two as well. By 9, by 9 p.m., that system is well to the east of us, and behind that, we've got that cooler and drier air coming in on Thursday. So here's a look at our future scan in terms of our rainfall totals. Most of us going to see at least an inch or more from this afternoon through tomorrow afternoon. So expect to get a good amount of rain. Hold off on those car washes until we get to the second half of the weekend. Here's that 7-day forecast. Even as we get into Friday night, Saturday morning, could see another round of some showers as well. But you're going to see those temperatures climb back to the low and mid 60s for the weekend, first weekend of March. Overall, temp-wise, not looking too bad.
Not at all. All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at your Len Stoller traffic network now, we are still following reports of a vehicle fire. This is 95 right near Volmerhausen Road. The right shoulder and exit are currently closed. If you're heading that way, you definitely want to go another route. You can see we've got a lot of volume out there moving, but certainly congested. Now, let's go ahead and take a look here. Our Len Stoller mobile track, 695 near Gwen Oak. This stretch looking pretty nice here. We've got a little volume, but moving pretty nicely.
Baltimore, the book festival is coming back.
You heard it. The Baltimore Book Festival is coming back to Charm City.
The last time it was held was 2019 due to the COVID-19 pandemic, but it will be making its big comeback just in time for its 25th anniversary. The mayor says the festival will be held the last weekend of September.
We are coming back better than ever. This is a special event for everyone in Baltimore, whether you're a young person who is found reading as a window to the rest of the world, that you're excited to experience, a parent sharing their love of reading with their kids, or just a lifelong book lover, there is going to be something for everyone.
To learn more about the festival, head to our website, foxbaltimore.com. After the break, Art with a Heart shows us how creativity can be used to foster healthier communities.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16, 2020. Two regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
.924 fans gather for the CIAA, but true fans gather for the Fan Fest. And did someone say free?
Then we're there. Mark Clark, live at the Convention Center with the live music and vendors you're going to want to check out. Mark, what's going on?
Look, Julius is in charge of this experience for the fans. So, man, tell us about it. Exciting times here in Baltimore, right?
Exciting times here in Baltimore. You know, we're excited to be back in the Charm City. You know, we've got a lot of things going this week, so we're really excited to be here once again.
Well, tell us about what we can expect.
Well, you can expect a little bit of everything. I mean, there is points and times this week where we have free events. We have a career expo that's on Thursday from 10 to 2 p.m. here at the Baltimore Convention Center. You got the Fan Fest that starts on Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Friday and Saturday. We have all kinds of sponsors who are giving away free stuff. It's free. Those are the free events. Now, we do have things like the Greek Step Show and the High School Step Show that are paid events. The Greek Step Show has sold out the last 2 years.
Now.
So I'm telling you, if you're going to get your tickets, you need to get them now.
I was talking to Julius off the air. I can't say anything, but Julius, you told me celebrities will be arriving also. Some in college, some out of college, some stars. You can't say, but yeah.
Yeah, if you come down to CFG Arena, you're going to see it's going to be star-studded. You know, we also have a ton of stars at the convention center for the Fan Fest. You know, we'll have free concerts. I mean, has anybody ever had a free concert? So there's free concerts. So a lot of great things happening this week at the CIAA. You know, but you got to get your tickets, got to get out to the games. We need to make sure we pack out that place.
Let's do it. Baltimore again. The great things happening. CIAA's in town, and the fans are going to have a great time.
Baltimore in the spotlight.
It's always good. Thank you.
We're going to put more information, by the way, on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Temperatures are rising to the 60s, but meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking our next chance for rain. He's got his full forecast coming up.
It's a bad look for the city. It makes it look disgusting.
Quality of life crimes are raising concern across the city. Now, one mayoral candidate says she became a victim of the very offense she is trying to eliminate. 9:26, you're watching Fox 45. Good day.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Look at that, some sunshine here at just about 9:30. Taking a live look over the city of Baltimore. A cool start to the morning, and we're going to have some milder temperatures as we head into the day, but that's going to be accompanied with wet and windy weather. So
cold, wet, warm, hot, rain,
all
wind.
of it.
Wow.
Maryland. It's Maryland. Welcome back on this Tuesday. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Meteorologist Justin Chambers. No snow. We don't get that today. That's not one of them.
No, we don't. And I've been talking about the last couple of hours. We're already warmer than where we were yesterday, and also we're warmer than we typically are in the afternoon this time. We're already in the upper 40s, so not necessarily cooler, even though it was cool overnight. But those temperatures are going to keep climbing. We're at 51 already in Cockeysville, 53 in Dundalk, 50 in Brooklyn Park, 49 for your temp right now in Woodlawn. So your yard and gardening cast, well, going to get some good spring showers for that stuff as it starts to grow here. Low to mid 60s as we take you later in the afternoon. We are going to see a few of those showers develop, especially for the afternoon and evening commute. And then tomorrow, windy and very rainy, but our temps are well above average, upper 60s and lower 70s. We drop to the 40s on Thursday, so we're right back to that colder air that's going to be rolling in. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
Thank you, Justin. We are following breaking news this morning. An 8-year-old has died. 2 others injured in an early morning fire in East Baltimore.
Shannon Lilly is there at the scene with the latest. Shannon.
Looks like we might have lost Shannon's shot right there. But the fire you're looking at here, there was yet another one. And part of our breaking news, a different story we're following, where a firefighter was injured overnight in Harford County. Again, a live look from that scene there. We're told one firefighter was taken to the burn center at Bayview. The fire broke out this morning at a home on Hill Court. It's in Havre de Grace. Firefighters say the fire was sparked by a space heater in a sunroom that then spread, causing about $450,000 in damage. The backside of the house is gone. You can see the windows broken out. It took 65 firefighters about 45 minutes to get this fire under control. Fortunately, the family was able to escape. In your Session 2024 coverage today, lawmakers will hold a hearing on a bill named after Pava Marie LaPierre, and she's the Baltimore Tech CEO that was killed in her apartment building last fall.
We do expect that at least one of Pava's parents will speak at the hearing today. They are fighting for 2 different bills to be passed in their daughter's name.
Let's go ahead and take a look at one of them that is up for debate at the hearing today. Senate Bill 473, or the Pava LaPierre Legacy of Innovation Act, and it focuses on providing startup grants to student entrepreneurs.
It is in honor of LaPierre, who was a young tech CEO. Her suspected killer, Jason Billingsley, is a convicted sex offender who was out of prison early on good behavior credits. LaPierre's parents also pushing for another bill right now making its way through the House known as the Pava Marie LaPierre Act, and that bill would end early release options for people convicted of a sex offense. In January, the LaPierre family stood with City State's Attorney Ivan Bates to unveil the legislation.
All of our extended families are victims. The employees of EcoMap Technologies, Pava's friends and co-workers, and other members of the Baltimore tech community ecosystem are victims. The entire city of Baltimore was held hostage, and as a result is also a victim.
One example, one time is one time too many. We want to make sure that we put laws in place that will keep all the citizens protected.
Well, both of these bills aim to make changes in Pava LaPierre's name. Today's hearing is set for 1 this afternoon in the Senate. Back now to that breaking news we were telling you about, the fatal fire that killed an 8-year-old, injured 2 others in East Baltimore.
Let's get back out to Shannon Lilly at the scene. Shannon.
Yeah, we continue, Patrice and Megan, to see the impact of this fire. And this fire left an 8-year-old boy dead. He died at the hospital, and 2 others critically hurt. We also know that nearly 20 people are right now without a permanent home. In fact, take a look here behind me. You can see all the damage as BGE continues their work to cut off the gas line here. You can see them digging into the roadway. They've been at it for the last hour or so. And the Red Cross has also been out here assisting all of the families that are now in need of help. But I mean, we are also just getting a closer look at that damage there, and it is absolutely devastating. You can see just the mangled remains that were once inside this home, and even just what was a recycling bin outside of this home. It just gives you some perspective to how bad this fire was. Now, we know that firefighters pulled 3 unconscious people from the home. And again, we are learning that one of them, the 8-year-old, has died from his injuries at the hospital. The other 2, one was a 13-year-old girl and another 22-year-old man. They are in critical condition right now. Meanwhile, we're hearing from a neighbor who not only is displaced from this fire, but says she witnessed paramedics performing CPR on one of the victims. Take a listen.
Sad because you could see that it was a small person. I didn't know at the time it was a child, but it was a small person. We can rebuild houses, but you can't get lives back. So I'm glad I'm alive, but I know that they're hurting.
Absolutely. Again, Chief Wallace says they are still investigating the fire and what exactly started it. Of course, as soon as we learn any new information, we'll bring it to you. Meanwhile, East Lombard Street remains closed here behind me, so if you typically go this way, you're going to want to avoid this area. Reporting live in Highlandtown, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Continuing coverage this morning, Baltimore residents are growing more frustrated over quality of life crimes in their neighborhood, including robberies and car thefts. Mayor Brandon Scott says his administration is handling the problem the right way, but some of his opponents disagree.
People don't feel safe, and it's very frustrating.
Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost pressed the mayor on what he is doing to curb quality of life crimes.
Are you going to change the way that you address quality of life crimes, given this continues to be a major problem for people?
We're going to continue to focus on that. We, as an administration here, as the police department in Baltimore City, have always been focused on quality of life crimes.
Do you think that it's your responsibility, though, as the mayor of the major city in the state, to be more vocal about what is and is not working at the state level?
I don't think I can be more vocal. Before anybody was paying attention to things like home monitoring, I was saying it.
Homicides and non-fatal shootings are down in Baltimore. But crime impacting communities' sense of safety, like the car thefts and the robberies, are taking off. From January 1st through February 17th, the most up-to-date info from the Baltimore Police Department shows 1,071 cars stolen in the city. That is an 82% increase compared to that same time period in 2023. And 2023 saw unprecedented numbers of stolen vehicles for the entire year. Robberies are also up 14% this year compared to last. 418 incidents have been reported to police so far this year.
2 Americans are presumed dead after their boat was hijacked in the Caribbean.
Let's get over to Tom Rogers in our live center with more on this. Tom.
Yeah, the latest sad news, presumed dead. You can see the couple right here in the front with their family in this photo here. That is what police and officials are now saying this morning as they search for this Virginia couple continues in the Caribbean. In fact, taking a look at the boat that they were on here, you can see this. As a news conference, officials say the 3 prisoners were able to escape February 18th from the South St. George police station. They hijacked the catamaran Simplicity the following day and then headed to St. Vincent, where they were arrested last Wednesday. Hours ago, they say information suggests while they were traveling between Grenada and St. Vincent, they disposed of the occupants. That's what the officials are saying. Family members were holding out hope the Virginia couple was still alive. But then late last night, the main spokesman for the Royal St. Vincent and Grenadines police force say while the bodies have not been found, the couple is presumed dead based on the investigation so far. Suspects were being investigated for several criminal acts, including bodily harm to the couple. And there were signs of violence on the couple's boat that was found abandoned in St. Vincent. Family members say the couple was married 27 years. Both were avid sailors. The 3 suspects are aged 30, 25, and 19, and were awaiting trial of March 4th sentencing after pleading guilty just yesterday to 4 counts of illegal entry. Now they're each facing rape, attempted rape, 2 counts of homicide. And the investigation into how the 3 inmates were able to escape police custody is still ongoing in St. Vincent. That's the latest from our live center. Megan and Patrice.
CIAA week is here. Still ahead, all of the events happening in Charm City that you need to know about.
And the O's back in action for more spring training ball, where they hit the field and who O's fans can see in the lineup today. It is 9:39 on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. All local. happening today. The MTA is celebrating the launch of its zero emissions buses. Governor Wes Moore will be joined by MTA leadership at the Kirk Bus Division to celebrate the launch of 7 new zero emission vehicles to the agency's bus fleet. The new buses are part of a pilot program to transition to a zero emission fleet. It's taking place at noon today.
Also happening today, Food Lion is hosting a drive-through food distribution in partnership with the CIAA. It is taking place at Lindale Middle School from noon until 2. Also happening, volunteers are handing out 500 bags filled with nutritional items, plus several tickets to the CIAA tournament. That will be held at 415 Andover Road in Linthicum.
And also, you can catch the O's back in action in Sarasota, Florida for another spring training game. Today, they take on the Detroit Tigers at 1:05 at Ed Smith Stadium. The O's dropped their last game to the Tampa Bay Rays 8-3, and they face the Minnesota Twins tomorrow.
We asked and you answered. Up next, the piece of artwork teaching all of us how we can be more healthy. 9:42, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Art has such a positive impact on stress, on anxiety, and really just overall health. During our Be More Healthy Expo, participants created what you see right here, just a beautiful art piece to commemorate and support healthy habits. Deputy Director for Art with a Heart, we have Megan Gatto here, along with Store Manager for Heartwares, we have Christina Harley joining us as well to show off a piece created and, of course, talk about what this project really means. Ladies, thank you so much for being here and, of course, for bringing this into. This is beautiful. Good morning.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. We're so excited to be here.
Megan, we'll start with you. Tell me how this came to be at the Expo.
Absolutely. So in last year's Expo 2023, Art with a Heart came and we had a table set up and asked participants to answer the prompt, what does it mean to be healthy? Christina, do you want to elaborate on that?
So we asked them, how do you remain healthy through your mind, body, and spirit? And we asked over 200 participants, all ages, as young as small in the stroller, painting up on the table. They helped us with getting the watercolor background that you see. And then we had like the adults answering for them, writing the prompts in paint pens.
It's beautiful. And I mean, some of these words, just to read out loud: eating your favorite meal, embrace my culture, stay true, take a chance, and a beautiful tree next to that one. These are powerful words that you were able to capture. As they were writing these down, were they emotional?
They were not too emotional. It was almost like second nature. I think people are taking more time to focus on their mental health. So it came like, you know, this is what I do on a daily basis to keep my mind regulated and to stay healthy. So I think they came natural. A few people got emotional because it took them to a deeper level of thinking.
Yes.
But it was surface level answers that they were like practicing every day.
And this is where it starts. You talk about how to live a healthier life, and you go from there. Pray, exercise. I love the city. I mean, it's art, but there is so much more to it than that.
Absolutely. And at Art with a Heart, we really, really believe in the power of whole health. So looking at not just what you eat and how you move your body, but what are the things that you're doing to take care of yourself, and art being a huge piece of that. That's part of our mission, is to make sure that everyone in Baltimore has access to creative arts engagement.
And you are recruiting for your next project right now.
Yes, so one of Art with a Heart's programs is our Art of Leadership. We have a leadership program for rising 10th and 11th grade students, and we are recruiting for our 10th cohort of students. So that application can be found on our website. Awesome. And we have a variety of other initiatives. We provide over 11,000 classes a year in communities all across Baltimore City. We have a workforce development program.
A lot of opportunity.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
A lot going on.
And all we need to do right now is think happy thoughts and go from there.
Absolutely.
Christina, Megan, thank you both so much for, number one, sharing this, for creating this, and being something that we can all be part of together. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for having us.
9:48 is your time right now as we look out over Camden Yards, 30 days away from opening day, and more of that spring training continuing down in Florida. We are looking at our next weather maker. We got two that are going to be rolling in. So right now, as you look on the HD radar, we're starting to see a few showers starting to creep into parts of West Virginia, the mountains there. Look at all this lightning that we're seeing with this. No severe thunderstorms at this time, but definitely some lightning right there as we get into parts of western Maryland. And that's going to continue to move from west to east over the next couple of hours. So may hear a rumble of thunder or two later today, and especially for tomorrow. But this is that larger system that is continuing to track through the country. And what we're going to see here over the afternoon today is the potential for some severe weather in the Great Lakes and the Midwest. And then we also have that potential for some severe weather closer to home by tomorrow afternoon as well. So what we're going to see today over the next couple of hours, that wind is going to increase from the south as we get to about 1, 2 o'clock. Some of those showers may start rolling through here. And as we get into the 3 and 4 o'clock hours, some of the models are kind of pulling back that moisture. Either way, a few stray showers are what we're going to see for today. Most of it's going to be later tonight into early tomorrow morning. And then that next round of rain is really coming on Wednesday afternoon. You can see that strong cold front, the warm and even mild and even warm air out ahead of that on Wednesday afternoon. And you can see by Wednesday, about 4 or 5 p.m., the heaviest rain is going to be there up and down the 95 corridor. So even though it will be mild, we're talking about a very wet day. Cold air back behind that. This system quickly moves out of here on Wednesday night, and on Thursday we have a lot more sunshine, but we've got those colder temperatures right behind that. Here's that 7-day forecast. 64 today, 71 tomorrow, but then we're only in the upper 40s on Thursday, and then back to the mid 50s and even some 60s on the way for this upcoming weekend.
9:50 now. A new play is shedding light on the struggles that the Black community, specifically African-American men, face, sometimes without support. Baltimore native and creator of What You Don't See, Brandon Fields, joining us with why he created the play. And then you've got a special performance for us as well. Good morning.
Good morning, Patrice.
Okay, so tell me about this play.
So What You Don't See is a creative art of mine that came from literally dealing with the reality of how much the stigma of mental health has affected the African-American community, specifically Black men. Having suffered myself, I found that the best way for me to tell a story that would impact lives was through the arts. So I wrote the show, pulled together an amazing cast, and am ready for a great Saturday.
And I'm sure we'll get the impact when we see the play, but tell me just quickly, what impact is that mental health issue having on the community that is not often addressed, not often talked about, stigma?
Absolutely. It's very hard for Black men to be strong while feeling weak. And so oftentimes, instead of talking about how we feel, we bottle it in, it festers and becomes something that it should have never been in the first place. And then it actually affects our communities because now it's turned into something that it never should have been.
Right, and we need our men. We need, as you, as strong parts of the community. All right, so when is this play happening? Where is it happening? How do we all come see it?
We are live on stage this Saturday, March 2nd at the Chesapeake Arts Center in Brooklyn Park, Maryland. Tickets can be purchased at www.blined.org.
Okay, and you are the playwright. You are also in the cast.
That I am.
All right, so tell me about your character, because you're going to do a monologue for us.
I am. So, funny enough, I'm going to do a monologue for one of my other characters.
Okay.
But if you're at the show on Saturday, you'll experience it a little bit different. I'm going to do a monologue from Vince Jr. that pretty much opens our show and will get you into how this whole story starts.
Okay, take it away for us.
All righty. Behind the closed doors of my thoughts and imagination, I longed for the understanding of why everything seemed so dark. I couldn't put the pieces of my heart together fast enough to take in exactly what was happening. It was all a rush, a collective, aggressive brush with life and death. They say the power's in the tongue. Well, all I wanted was some power, some completeness, some understanding, some attention, some love. I just wanted something from somebody. Somebody. And then all hell breaks loose.
Oh, I mean, the goosebumps. So that's just a snippet.
Just
so
a
I can
snippet.
only imagine seeing the whole play.
Absolutely.
And for you, writing those words, saying those words, what is it that you hope people walk away with?
Freedom. I want Black men to feel okay to talk about what they're going through and be able to grow from it.
Goosebumps again with that. Thank you so much, Brandon.
Absolutely.
I appreciate
Thank you.
it. 9:53 is the time. We'll be right back.